admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention, join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show on a lovely Monday morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for starting your day with us this morning. Let's see what's making the headlines. Exchange rate gap widens as official closes at 1,559 naira to $1. Oversupply death scare dragged 50-kilogram rice price to 54,000 naira. Army recovers over 700,000 stolen products, deactivates 28 illegal refining sites. China grants visa-free entry to 5 countries. Nigeria beat Egypt in shootout to win AFCON Under-20 bronze. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira ended the week appreciating slightly against the US dollar to close at 1,599 Naira per dollar in the official foreign exchange market on Friday. This marks a marginal improvement from Thursday's closing rate of 1,599.9 Naira per dollar. According to reports from the Central Bank of Nigeria, intraday trading on Friday showed continued volatility, with the exchange rate reaching a high of 1,603.5 Naira per dollar and a low of 1,597.0 per dollar, reflecting both market fluctuations and growing resilience. Moving on, the price of a 50-kilogram bag of rice has dropped to an average of 54,000 Naira, following rumors of allegedly deadly rice in circulation. According to reports, the drop is also a result of the oversupply of the staple from India. The price of the commodity dropped from 58,000 Naira. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back in a minute.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on Bdtv, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicles series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for a source of energy supply for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so we saw 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there, so that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, and at the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million US. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12x12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Bayelsa, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry. Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for starting your week with us this morning. Let's start with seeing what's on the headlines this morning. Exchange rate gap widens as official closes at 1,599 per $1. Oversupply, death scare drag 50-kilogram rice price to 4,000 naira. Army recovers over 700,000 stolen products, deactivates 28 illegal refining sites. China grants visa-free entry to 5 countries. Nigeria beats Egypt in shootout to win AFCON Under-20 bronze. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira ended the week appreciating slightly against the United States dollar to close at 1,599 Naira per dollar in the official foreign exchange market on Friday. This marks a marginal improvement from Thursday's closing rate of 1,599.9 Naira per dollar. According to reports from the Central Bank of Nigeria, intraday trading on Friday showed continued volatility, with the exchange rate reaching a high of 1,603.5 Naira per dollar and a low of 1,597.0 Naira per dollar, reflecting both market fluctuations and growing resilience. Moving on, the price of a 50-kilogram bag of rice has dropped to an average of 54,000 Naira following rumors of allegedly deadly rice in circulation. According to reports, the drop is also a result of the oversupply of the staple from India. The price of the commodity dropped from 58,000 Naira in April as demand for rice reduced in the last few days following claims that people died after buying rice in Badagry, Lagos State, and Idiroko in Ogun State. While the Nigeria Customs Service in Seme debunked the claims, it was observed that consumers boycotted rice, causing a drop in price. Still on now, troops of the Nigerian Army's 6th Division have arrested 38 suspected oil thieves, destroying 28 illegal refining sites in a series of coordinated operations across the Niger Delta region. The Army also recovered over 700,000 liters of stolen petroleum products, destroying severally local-made boats used by the suspects. This was revealed in a statement on Sunday, May 18th, by the Acting Deputy Director of Public Relations for 6th Division, Lieutenant Colonel Jonah Danjuma, who says the feat was achieved through a joint operation. Danjuma added that the feat was achieved during the operation, which lasted 6 hours, by operatives of the Army and other sister agencies. Now to end the local news, elder statesman Alhaji Tanko Yakasai has revealed that nobody has better chances of defeating President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election. Yakasai revealed this in an interview with newsmen in Abuja on Sunday, May 18th. He revealed that as a key member of the Arewa Consultative Forum, he was not aware of any forum where a position was taken by the North supporting a candidate from the zone for the 2027 presidential election, urging Nigerians to wait until the Northerners meet and officially take a position. And on the foreign scene, citizens from 5 South American countries will be able to enter China without a visa for short stays starting June 1, 2025. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian, who announced the policy shift, revealed that this marks a significant advancement in strengthening ties between China and Latin America. During this period, citizens of this country can stay in China for up to 30 days for purposes like tourism, business, family visit, cultural exchange, or transit. Jilan says the move reflects China's commitment to greater openness and international cooperation, promising that additional steps will be taken to further ease travel between China and other countries. And also, the World Health Organization has revealed that the COVID-19 pandemic caused a sharp decline in global life expectancy, reversing a decade of health gains. In its newly released World Health Statistics for 2025 report, the Global Health Agency revealed that between 2019 and 2021, global life expectancy dropped by 0.1.8 years, describing it as the largest drop in recent decades. According to the World Health Organization, global health life expectancy fell by 6 weeks during the period, largely due to a rise in anxiety, depression, and other mental health challenges. These losses, according to WHO, erased most of the gains made from lower mortality due to non-communicable diseases during the same period. And now to sports, the Flying Eagles of Nigeria had secured 3rd place at the CAF Under-20 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt 2025 with a dramatic 4-1 victory in a penalty shootout against tournament host Egypt on Sunday. The 3rd place clash held at a 30 June stadium in Cairo ended 1-1 after regulation time. With no extra time in the playoff fixture, the match was decided on penalties, where the Flying Eagles claimed their 5th bronze medal in under-20 AFCON history. To end the news, Crystal Palace has defeated Manchester City by 1-0 at Wembley on Saturday to lift their record English FA Cup. According to report, it was a historic moment for both teams, as City's Pep Guardiola also aimed to be the second coach in history to have won the FA Cup 3 times behind Alex Ferguson. Eberechi Eze's 16th minute goal fired Palace to the first major trophy in their history with their first attack of the match. This also marked only the second time Palace had crossed the halfway line, doubling their advantage moments later. Well, that does it this morning on the Bdtv Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is a newspaper review. Do stay with us.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talent, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport, not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. Do you understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We're seeing people who have gone viral and have had input, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story and loved your story. And they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time Wall is reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. It's, oh, can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard, I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? You know, this is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business, they'll be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, you know what, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day, because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200, but today is a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so, what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports, and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that it creates an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, soldier goes, soldier comes. There's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports. Now, actually, the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south, just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce, and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors, and none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so, intentionality. That's, what we really need to do, intentionality. If we want, grassroots sports to actually, grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually, take, sports, and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. So that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, holds, these people, together, that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, we, should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone. and it's nothing to so I mean those are the things that I think that we should do. We should actually see it as a continuum, a business that should actually continue irrespective of which sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of government to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. I mean, you could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But there's always room for improvement, and I can tell for a fact that under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's still a lot more, to be done. And I know that there are a number of projects and initiatives in the pipeline to ensure that some of the issues raised here today about the challenges that still exist in how we move sports from just being a recreational activity to now, a business, entity that could, entail a multi-billion investment and all of that are already in the pipeline. And I just think that as we have more of these conversations and we do follow-up strategy sessions on how to implement these things so that they don't just end up as panel discussions or as keynote addresses, I think that it could only get better from here. Okay, so like I mentioned, so there's what is called the Lagos State, Sport Accelerator Program for young people in grassroots communities. And the initiative is domiciled in the Lagos State Sports Commission. And the whole idea is just to see how, to enable sportsmen and, sportswomen, especially those in their prime in secondary school and those who are just approaching tertiary institutions, on how to really understand the business side of sports. And it also provides, an opportunity for key players in the sports business value chain to also come together, ideate and implement the future of sport. So what I mean is that for organizations, who are facilitating programs like the Lagos City Marathon, I mean, they were here at the conference and they shared their views. There's room for so many more of them to come in and complement what government is doing. To be honest with you, government will not be able to solve all the problems, but it's up to government, to provide the enabling environment. So, and I know that also beyond that, there's what is called, the Lagos State Sports Academy, for young people, also in grassroots communities, so that, as we look at those who have approached stardom, those who have made it now, we have others who are in the pipeline too, who are also getting trained and, accessing resources and other initiatives that they need to benefit from to also emerge.
The starting point is that it's good to protect your IP. It's good to protect your image rights. When you protect your image rights, then it puts you in a better pedestal. You then find out that you're able to even make more money for yourself. This is an area where most sportsmen have not updated their minds to. And given the advent of data privacy in Nigeria today, it's one area that individual sportsmen should begin to look at and invest in a lot. So IP rights, IP protection, it's key, and it's a new way to go going forward. Well, the truth of the matter is that you can't really prevent contract breaches. What you can do is that you can actually have a robust contract that adequately protects your interests. And so my one advice is really for sportsmen and women to always carry, as you know that you need an agent, always carry a lawyer along and let that lawyer, review your contracts and make sure that those contracts adequately protect you. The things that you would not see as a layman, it's most likely that your lawyer will see those things and then let you know that X and Y clause should not be inserted in your contracts. But you find that most time because you don't want to pay a lawyer, you go it yourself. And it's when the chips are down, you then come running to a lawyer for protection. So government has no business in sports. The government's business is in creating infrastructure. So build stadia, create infrastructure, create opportunities, but don't be the ones managing or running sports. So all the clubs that the governments are running today, I think it's not proper, it's not nice. But it should allow pure professionals, pure businessmen, to come into the business space to make money from sports. Government should just create an enabling environment where all of these businessmen can thrive.
Sports is driven by media, storytelling. So what we are doing differently is that we are creating a distinct platform to sell the Nigerian sports, the Nigerian athletes to the world. So we are creating this platform to make sure that the small player in Ajegule, the small player in Jos can get the same visibility that any European player will get on the existing social media platform. And that's what Govia is here to achieve.
Okay.
On Govia, you can score your dream goal. So Govia means go through. So we have built Govia to help people score their dream goals.
All right.
I'm excited about this event because I'm able to meet key stakeholders that would help me achieve this dream. It's a burning desire in my heart, and it's one of the reasons why Govia came up as a sponsor for this. And we're happy that we did this with Business Day. We thank Business Day for this platform, and we look forward to more opportunities to talk more about the sports ecosystem and business opportunities.
All right.
Thank you
so much, sir.
Coming here today, I mean, just meeting like minds for me, that's my biggest takeaway personally. But also being able to hear the issues we're all facing, like us being sports professionals, we all face the same issues. So being able to like tackle it in one space, I think was really helpful. And also stumbling blocks for me, I've been facing like in my day to day, just being able to meet people who could like help solve it. Like, I mean, that's my biggest takeaway from today's conference.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's sports more than just holding it. I feel it's the follow-up that like matters. I mean, it's one thing to like host this type of events, but it's another thing to like be proactive about the solutions we talked about. But yeah, sure, hosting this type of events is going to help. Just meeting like minds under one roof. Yeah, sure.
As sporting activities across the world continue to retain their popularity, there seems to be one sport which happens to be even an exception.
Hello there, welcome to the Business Day exclusive. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today I'm in conversations with Ms. Adaora Ayoade. She is the MD, CEO, and lead coach of EZ37 Solutions Limited, and she has over 30 years of diverse industry experience in HR and management consulting. She's a professional coach focusing on executive and strategic leadership. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Great to be here.
Awesome. Very lovely to be speaking to you today, and you look awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let me start by asking, how did you, find yourself in this field of, professional coaching, and what are some of the impacts that your time on this job, what are some of the impacts that you have recorded?
Interestingly, the way I found myself in this space was based on a request from a multinational client who recognized they had a need for coaching in their organization and reached out to me. And really, that was where the journey started and my whole interest and passion in coaching began. Now, with regards to the impact of coaching and the achievements recorded in the many years that I've been in this space, I would say that I'm increasingly and really very grateful to Almighty God, because there have been so many numerous achievements along the way that I struggle to think of which one to actually name as the greatest achievement. From being the president of ICF Nigeria chapter. Now, ICF is the International Coaching Federation, which is the leading and largest body of professional coaches globally. So from being the president of the Nigerian chapter to being the global co-leader for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for ICF Education.
Fantastic.
Thank you. To being featured in Forbes, to having co-authored, the very first book on professional coaching in Nigeria, which is, coaching from the African perspective, to having received awards, leadership award, and most recently a Coaching Excellence Award. There have been so many achievements, and even the testimonials I have received from numerous organizational leaders that I support, multinational organizational leaders, who talk about the impact that coaching has had, not just on their personal lives, but even contributing to the success of their professional lives and, towards the impact in their organizations, when they talk about how coaching has led to and contributed to success in their organizations and the ROI that they were expecting, having received that, it's really been huge achievements for me and very rewarding. I would really say that the greatest achievement would be serving as a CEO of EZ37 Solutions. We are one of two accredited organizations in Nigeria by the ICF. And so being able to support thousands of individuals all over the world to transform lives, to impact organizations really has been the greatest achievement. So really it's being the CEO of EZ37 Solutions and working with really incredible team members. That has been my greatest achievement.
Fantastic. So what role do you think that coaching plays in organizational and individual transformation in general?
So Lizzie, we're in a very fast-paced world. And, we really cannot bring the knowledge of yesterday to solve the ever-changing problems of today. And so for individuals, coaching unlocks their potential. It really helps them to have a growth mindset, to really consider creative and innovative ways to find solutions to a number of challenges that they may be facing. Sometimes they have, obstacles they have to cross, and they're looking for ways to be able to do that. So coaching unlocks the potential of individuals, untapped potential. It unlocks that. And then for organizations, you find that, coaching really supports in improving performance. Organizations have goals that they want to achieve. And so coaching supports in enabling the achievement of those goals and creating a very enabling environment for people to really thrive and to feel engaged and to contribute towards the success of such organizations. So culture transformation, leadership transformation, clarity, change, courage. There's so many benefits that coaching provides for individuals and the organizations that they serve.
Yeah, fantastic. And but speaking of leadership transformation, what are some of the areas that you have seen in your time working as a professional coach? What are some of the areas that you've seen leaders lacking in?
So interestingly, self-awareness. Lizzie, a number of leaders are, they may feel, I know myself, so they may have the internal self-awareness, but the external self-awareness is lacking sometimes. So coaching really enables them to have a better perspective of how their behaviors are being viewed and, perceived and received. So I think self-awareness is a huge one. I think decision-making is another key one. You find that strategic leadership, being able to have that strategic mindset, is another area of need. And then, of course, emotional intelligence, Lizzie. Emotional intelligence. Sometimes you find that, people are dealing with things from different angles, and how do they navigate but still, maintain the front that enables people not to sort of run away from them because they feel this person is going to explode. So emotional intelligence and resilience. Yeah.
Awesome. So what areas do you say that individuals must pay more consideration to as they grow?
So individuals, generally, I would say there are a number of areas individuals should pay attention to, and some of which I've just spoken about, because we are all leaders in different capacities. We're all influencing individuals or organizations in one way or the other. So we need resilience. We need resilience. We need to have that change management mindset. We need to pay attention to having a growth mindset. We need to work on our emotional intelligence. We need to work on our critical thinking skills. And sometimes people have these blockers. Some people call it obstacles, things that get in the way. And coaching helps them to, in that safe, non-judgmental space, it enables them to look beyond those obstacles to identify solutions that they may not even have realized was within them. So, these are some of the areas that individuals, leaders should pay attention to.
Fantastic. So knowing full well about the importance of coaching and all of these things you've said, Are there sectors in Nigeria that need urgent coaching attention?
That's an interesting one, Lizzie. I think I would say almost every sector, in Nigeria could really benefit from, coaching and coaching interventions. In particular, sectors that there's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress, there's a lot of, high targets to be met. Such sectors could actually really benefit from coaching because they're looking at ways to think creatively, to come up with novel and new ways to stay competitive. So you find sectors like finance sector, very fast paced. You have people having some targets and you're like, this is interesting. So financial sector, oil and gas, you have, telecommunications, FMCG, sectors where they really need leadership development. They need improved governance. They need effective policies and programs. So across various sectors, coaching is needed.
Good. So would you say Nigerians are engaging enough in the areas of coaching, and what would you say are some of the best practices that will make Nigerians thrive when they adopt coaching? I don't know that generally people employ professional coaches. It seems to be like something that is very elitist, like, oh, have I finished eating and I want to employ a professional coach? So what would you say are some of the best practices that Nigerians can actually adopt in terms of engaging with professional coaching?
So I would say that, the awareness of coaching is growing in Nigeria, and I really want to applaud Business Day and, the efforts being made to create the awareness around coaching, because there's still a lot of room for people to recognize the transformational impact, the benefits of coaching. And when you say it seemed as elitist, there's a lot more democratization of coaching. People are embracing coaching at different levels of organizations, or even entrepreneurs, even individuals, not just businesses. I would say that I spoke about the International Coaching Federation earlier.
Yes, you did.
And they are the gold standard. Now, I am an ICF professionally credentialed coach, right? I'm certified by this gold standard. My organization is also certified. We're accredited by the International Coaching Federation. So really, when we're thinking about how does anybody ensure that the standard is maintained, is to engage with organizations like ourselves, EZA 37 Solutions, who have a promise to ensure that we consistently maintain, world-class standards and employ best practices in what we do when it comes to coaching. So we're offering coaching to organizations and individuals. We also offer pro bono coaching opportunities to organizations and individuals. So we're making it accessible. So when I talk about the democratization of coaching, it's real.
So finally, you've spoken about the work that EZ 37 Solutions is doing, which is amazing. So for someone who probably wants to venture into professional coaching, not just the people who want to use your services, what would you say are some of the traits they should see in themselves before they say, you know what, I think I should venture, I think I could reach out to EZ37 to coach me? What are some of the traits they should look out for?
Somebody who wants to be an agent of change.
Okay.
If you want to be an agent of change, if you want to make an impact in your world, if you truly want to show up as an authentic contributor to making the world a better place, that's what you need. We will then, being a coaching institution, we will then support with the skills, with the competences, with the mindsets, with the tools, everything that's needed. Having that passion, having that desire to be a change agent, to bring about sustainable change. And our world needs more change agents. So I think with that, you've got all you need to get started.
I think you've said it all. I mean, you literally just said just being the person who wants to be a change agent. And I think everyone should want to be a change agent. I want to be a change agent.
Beautiful.
I'm a change agent, so I think it's fantastic. I want to really commend you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
And I hope that we keep seeing, this impact that you're making every day. We keep seeing it around our world, in Nigeria and even beyond. So well done, ma'am, and it's lovely talking to you.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's been a pleasure speaking to you too. Thank you. And I truly appreciate Business Day for creating this vibration around coaching. Thank you.
Absolutely. So there you have it. I've just had a very enlightening conversation with Mrs. Adaora Ayoade on professional coaching. It was indeed very remarkable. We hope you keep watching Business Day. We are on all social media platforms at Business Day NG. Thank you for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
As sporting activities across the world continue to retain their popularity, there seems to be one sport which happens to be even an exception, and that is golf. With 828 golf courses across the continent of Africa, with a low entry and exit barrier and huge benefits for health, golfing is that sport. I was curious today and I decided to visit the Ikoyi Club in Lagos, Nigeria, and it happens to be one of the world's busiest golf courses. And I wanted to see what it's like in the world of golfing over here. Come with me.
My name is Fatoumata Sekona Kopen, and I do a lot of things. And most especially today, I'm playing golf, and I'm the lady captain for the Ikoyi Club golf subsection, the ladies section. This is our driving range here at Ikoyi Club, and first, you will have to come here. If you want to play golf and you want to learn how to play golf, you have to come here. And how do you come here is first, by getting a pro like Monday here, who Pro Monday has been playing for a while, but just turned, well, not just 4 years.
4 years.
4 years playing as a pro, and he's really good. He has a mean game. So you will meet, a pro like Pro Monday, and his job is to help you understand the game. You see us hitting balls. You don't know how we hit that ball. You think it's easy. But it's not. It's a tactic. It's a technique. It's a specific way you need to hold your club, and the positioning and everything. So he comes in, and he'll help you understand all of those things before you can even hit the ball, right? And it'll take you many hits to really get it. But gradually you will start to play. The Open is coming up pretty quickly, and so we want a lot of attention around ladies and what golf can do for your health and your well-being as a whole. So let me swing a few.
Yes.
So like he was saying to you, your swing. So the idea is to make sure you get a good, swing. And as golfers, we pick up bad habits, so don't follow me. Yeah? Wow. So you don't know how you pick them up, but you do. You just get comfortable in some bad habits.
Tell us more about the Ikoyi Club ladies section. What are the initiatives that you have? What are some of the things that you do on a regular basis?
For our ladies subcommittee, this year we came up with the theme Chop Life. And it's very interesting. But it's mainly because we wanted to just kind of bring a lighter spirit, Sometimes we do it on the things that are not happening and not see the things that are. So we really wanted to bring a lighter spirit, more joyfulness to the game. Times are hard and everybody's struggling, but it's always good to have an oasis that you can go to. I call this place my Disney World. I come in, I park my car, no matter what issues I might be having, I leave it at the door and can play nice, 18-hole or not, but it's fun. And it gives you a therapeutic, day. You're in the fresh air, reading well, playing, have good company, and just fellowshipping and enjoying God's grace. So we started with that, and then we also put something that is quite different, which is about the community. And our goal this year, the subcommittee goal this year, is to include as many parts of our ecosystem in Equity Club golf session as possible. So from the bag boys to the security, to the course workers, to the caddies. And this year, caddies is our theme. So our program is around caddies. How can we educate them? How can we uplift them? How can we make them more inclusive in the community? We've been able to do different seminars with them. We've been able to get sponsorship to do a lot of different educational programs and also support their personal education, giving them scholarship, paying school fees. If the caddies are too old to take advantage of the education part, we offer it to their next in kin, so their children can take that opportunity. So we've been able to do that. And we've been really excited because we've had such great output of generosity. Thanks to our partner and our sponsor, our custodian investment insurance. They've just given us an amazing package to cover all of our caddies, all of our bags boys and pros with 5 years of good life insurance. So we're very excited by that. We're also working with Avon HMO to also give us health check for the caddies to make sure that they're well and fit to be able to work with their players. So very, very excited about that. We also have our Junior Golf Academy, which my vice, Peggy Owen, is responsible for, and she has done a phenomenal job in getting our junior golf program from just twice a year to all year round. So that's an excitement that is around the community. And then we did for the first time this year, our Veterans Invitational. So our veterans and our super veterans were able to play, and we had a fantastic time in April with them. It's something we've never done before in the Equity Club. So that was something that the ladies came up with, and it's been fantastic. And now we're rolling in to our Open. Also, so we're excited about that. Excited. Yes. So the Open is coming up in November the 13th through the 15th, 3 days of growth tournament. And it's from 0 to 28 handicappers. Ladies from all around the world are welcome to play, and we're really encouraging all of our ladies to participate. We have limited space, of course, so the first come, first serve, and the quicker you get in, the better. We're also going to have our sponsors and men guests play with us on the third day, and those slots are also limited, but we're encouraging them to really register early and get in. And thanks to all of our sponsors, we got Delta Airlines, that is like our carrier, and they've been with us the whole year. So they're giving the winner a premium ticket, round-trip ticket to the U.S. Oh, wow. We also have packages like going to Marrakesh. We have another package for Lockaway, golf, a country club. We have so many different gifts from different parts. We have partners that are coming, like Business Day and so forth. So we're very excited about what we're doing this year, and most especially in getting the awareness out for more ladies to join playing golf, because it's such an amazing sport. And you can play until you're like 90-something years old. And you've been playing for how long now? 17? I've been playing about 17 years. Awesome. At what age is it open for a young person to start playing golf? Start playing at 5. At 5 years old. Wow. Start playing. I mean, we've got, if you come around on Mondays and Saturdays and you see our little on Fridays and you see the little kids coming with their little backpacks on and the little golf kit carrying, they're this high, and very exciting to see. And we have some really good players in the Junior Academy now, and they also play around Nigeria. So recently we had some of our kids in IDD playing their children's tournament. And there's one coming up in Ikeja. I'm sure our kids will be participating as well. So we're very excited about the Junior Academy. Exciting. And then you said something about Tuesdays. What happens on Tuesdays? What's so special about Tuesdays for the ladies? So Tuesday is about the ladies. Tuesday morning is the ladies' morning. So we get to spend time together. The course is open only to us in the morning from about 6:30 in the morning to about 10 o'clock. And the ladies come out, and we're about 60 or more and we enjoy ourselves. We play amazing golf. We have good fun. We then, of course, proceed to hole 19, as we call it, the clubhouse, to just kind of socialize. Today was a nice day. We had a couple of our veterans players celebrating birthdays. So we got to eat, you know, some delicacy from
Awesome.
and cake and akara, and, you know, just, it's a fun atmosphere, and it brings a lot of joy, you know, to see how much we look forward to a Tuesday on the golf course with each other. So
it's just social, chill, the fresh air, all of that.
Yeah.
What is the requirement for someone who might want to join the ladies golf section? I believe there should be some requirement, or is it free for everyone? Is it free for all?
Oh, no, it's a members only club. So obviously you have to be a member of the Clay Club and the golf section. You also have to have a handicap. Yeah, so you have to have a handicap.
Just to cut you short for a bit, for someone who is watching and is wondering what's an handicap, what is that in golf?
So a handicap is what you get as an amateur golfer. So
Okay,
typically, a course for a lady might be 72 to gross out. So if you're playing as an amateur, they kind of give you a discount because they know that you can't do, if the hole is a par 4, chances are you probably won't do a par 4. You won't do four shots to get in the hole.
Yeah.
So they try to give you a little bit of kind of cushion. So every hole you would get a discount, if you will, on that hole. So that determines, and as you get better in your game, that discount goes away. So if you start with a handicap 36 as a lady and you start to play really well, you will find that every time you're able to play better, your handicap will go lower. So on most sports, the win, you get higher scores. In golf, it's the opposite, you get lower scores. So for me, my handicap is now lower. So I have, of course, my discounts are it's very limited. So if I'm playing someone in a net competition, I really have to play well to win. But if it's a growth competition, yeah, I'll probably win. Because if you start to get into that single handicap category, it's much, much harder because you have to focus, you have to really pay attention to your game, and you don't get the discounts that, you know, those large handicaps you get. So we're playing a growth. That's what I said. The Open is a growth competition. 3 days, growth competition from 0 to 28 handicap.
0 to 28 handicaps. Awesome. So what's the structure of the ladies golf section?
We have a subcommittee. So I am the captain of the ladies section, subsection. I'm elected. As a vice captain, I was elected. Now I'm the captain. My vice was elected. The treasurer is elected, and the secretary is elected. But everyone else is a volunteer, appointed volunteer. Of course, we're all volunteers. And so we don't get paid for any of this. We actually paid to play the game. It brings such joy to know that you're impacting your community and you're giving back to your community and you're leaving a little bit of something better than when you came. So that's how we do it.
Awesome. And support for young female golfers, anyone in place?
We do have a lot of support from the ladies individually. And sometimes if we have requests, we definitely, you know, as a group, we'll put together, like when the lady pros were going to do the exams, wanting to become pros, we were definitely instrumental in supporting them financially to making that happen. So today we have about 17 pros around Nigeria, ladies. Yeah, I'm so excited. Excited. And actually, one of the great things about what we're trying to do is that we're going to have the lady pros play with us this year for the first time.
Nice.
The first 2 in November, yes.
Interesting. And any challenges you face? Obviously, everything that has its good side must certainly have its own cons. So what are some of the challenges that you experience?
You know, change is difficult. So anything that is new will definitely meet resistance. So it's actually an opportunity more so than a challenge for me. It's an opportunity to do something better. And, you know, and God is good. What the chances are that he will make me the person that he wants to use to make that change. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful I have the opportunity. I'm grateful that I can do what I can do and make the change I can make. Just playing a leisure game, you know, nobody's paying you, but you're making your little positive impact. And then hopefully that grows from there because, you know, light dispense anyhow, any little it definitely gets rid of darkness. So we're just trying to be a little light in the dark that just kind of get rid of the darkness. So Chub Life theme is just that, trying to make sure that everybody enjoy life.
The theme for this year, Chub Life.
Chub Life. Actually, that's a song by Flavor.
Yeah.
It's called Chub Life. And my husband and I were driving, going to Lockaway, we're listening to this song, and I was like, this is my jam right here. This jam is my jam. So that's where the Chub Life came.
So, and you were on your way to Lockaway. I know that's Lockaway Golf.
Yes.
So you spoke about your husband also being a golfer.
Yes.
Did you meet on the game?
No, we did not.
Okay.
And again, thanks be to God, both of us are in technology. And so we met in the technology field. And ever since then, we realized that we have so many things in common. So I love golf, he loves golf. Love technology, I love technology. So most of everything we kind of do together. That's a blessing.
Awesome.
And by the way, one of the reasons why we need more women playing, because we have so many men that play golf, and they would love to have the wives playing with them golf. And so we're really encouraging all of our ladies to come in. And when the kids are gone, what else do? You hang out with your husband playing golf and traveling playing golf as well. And golf takes you to some amazing places as well. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And I wish more and more ladies would take it.
Speaking of more women joining, what are some, notable successes from notable women in the ladies golf section that you might want to share with us?
Oh man, there are many. We have some amazing past lady captains. You know, first of all, I wouldn't be able to do most of what I'm doing without their knowledge, their support. You know, they've just been phenomenal. They've stepped in, you know, directing, telling you what has happened, what has worked, what hasn't. It's a very rich, amazing culture in golf because the lady captains, past lady captains, you know, they share their experience. Not only do they share the experience with you, they work with you to make sure that things are happening. So yeah, there's so many I can't even start to tell you which one to start talking about.
So what does it take to become a member of the ladies golf section?
Just register and you're good to go.
So what do you think? Golfing in Africa is quite interesting. We have 828 golf courses. My research showed that. But what do you think, as someone who plays golf, what do you think is the outlook for golfing in Africa? Do you think it's looking good? Do you think people are embracing it? Do you think there's still a lot of work to be done?
I think it's looking good. South Africa, East Africa, they all about, you know, golf is there. North Africa, you know, Morocco, it's amazing the golf courses they have. So we are embracing golf. I guess the sub-Saharan, but more especially West Africa, we haven't really sunk our teeth in it. So it's more work to do here, but I think it's definitely catching on. And most especially Southern Africa, oh my goodness, they have beautiful courses. Kenya, Rwanda has a beautiful course right now, Tanzania. So it's really catching on. So it's looking up. It's looking up.
It's looking up.
Yes, it's looking up. 10 or 20 years ago, we didn't have Lockaway. Now we have Lockaway. You know, we didn't have Smoky Hill. We didn't have, you know, Ibom. So it's coming. It's coming. There's a lot of vibe around it.
And for you mentioned Lockaway, we didn't have Lockaway and now it's catching on. So what is the biggest or the biggest golf course currently in Nigeria or Lagos, so to speak?
I've played a few, but Lockaway is quite impressive. Lockaway Links is quite impressive.
Yeah. In terms of the course?
The course.
But then
Ikoyi is the busiest golf course, if I dare to say, in the world. Oh yes, this course, it's busy every day, except for Mondays. But even on Mondays, the caddies play. So Ikoyi Club is really busy.
Well, and then, you dare to say even the world. That's quite impressive.
Yes.
Wow. So what's the future looking like for the ladies golf section?
I pray that we get our solid pros going on tour. Ladies pros. That's my prayer, is that we will have some solid lady pros coming out of Ikoyi Club, going on tour international.
Yes. That's simple.
Yes.
Simple as that. Yes. Just ladies going on tour. Awesome. Thank you so much. But before I go, what would, if you wanted to tell a woman why you should play golf, what would you be saying to her if you're talking to me now?
I would say to you, and it depends on the woman. So if you have children, you have husband, you have this, it depends. But in general, you deserve it. Take some time out. 4 hours, 5 hours a week on a golf course is worth it. Clears your mind, it's good for your body, your soul, your spiritualness. You're in God's presence, all in nature. It's okay to have that time. There's nothing wrong with it. And as you get older, you will appreciate it even more. So you're getting better with age. Why not get better with golf?
That's an interesting way to look at it. Okay. We'll take that. We'll take that. Thank you very much to Mrs. Koka Fatumata LC for spending our time with us today, speaking about the importance of golf and what the Ikoyi ladies golf section is doing. Very interesting conversation. I've learned a lot, been in the presence of nature, and it's been such a beautiful time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right then.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on Bdtv, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of businessmen. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with businessmen.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bdtv on Global Business Insights on Bdtv, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bdtv.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Bdtv.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable. My name is Joshua Bassi, and today we are focusing on the housing challenge in Lagos State, a state with about 3 to 4 million housing deficit. The state government has been trying so much to see how it can go around the challenge of rent and the house challenge of accommodation in Lagos State, but it doesn't seem to be working. So today we're going to be discussing the challenges that residents of Lagos State face in terms of having a decent accommodation. And this morning I have with me Mr. Chuka Uroko, who is the property editor of Business Day, as well as Mr. Valentine Onyeka, who is a senior broadcast journalist, also working with us here at Business Day Television. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Okay, so before we go into the discussion proper, let me say that, very recently, the Lagos State House of Assembly called on the state government to begin the implementation of the Lagos Tenancy Law, Lagos State Tenancy Law. Perhaps before we get into deeper discussion, I need to perhaps, let us go through some of the provision of the Lagos State Tenancy Law. Let me just quickly run through them. One is that advance rent restriction. This speaks to the fact that landlord cannot demand more than 1 year rent in advance from a new tenant. There's also the provision that notice of period for termination of tenancy. For instance, monthly tenancy, 1 month notice must be given, or 6 months must be given to tenant before you can terminate a tenancy agreement. There's also the prohibition of forceful eviction. Landlord must obtain a court order to evict a tenant. And then number 4, this I'm just looking at the major provision of this Lagos State Tenancy Law. Agreement should outline rent, duration, responsibilities, and other terms. There's also the issue of course, there are quite a number of them, but let me specifically read this one. Section 37 of the Lagos State Tenancy Law, which was enacted in 2011, specifically prohibits unreasonable rent increases and offers legal protection to tenants. Landlords are expected to follow transparent processes when adjusting rent, and tenant can seek legal redress in cases of arbitrary hikes. Gentlemen, it would appear that this Lagos Tenancy Law is on the paper because practically it doesn't seem to be working. And maybe I should start with Mr. Uroko. You are a property editor of Business Day, and you've been in this business of reporting property for a very long time. And of course, you know a little bit more about this Lagos Tenancy Law. Maybe I should ask you, why does it not seem to be working?
Thank you for that question. And let me correct one of the things, because it depends on the law you are referring to.
Lagos.
If you are talking about the Tenancy Law of 2011, the provision actually was that you cannot charge more than, the landlord cannot demand more than 3 months. And no tenant is allowed to pay more than 3 months. And in the event of anybody contravening this law, you'll be liable to either 100,000 naira fine, or you go for 6 months imprisonment. Then even at that, the law couldn't fly. And then the question anybody is asking is, why is it that Lagos has law for virtually everything that happens in the state, but you have never had any victim? Nobody have been prosecuted for any of these laws. Sometimes laws are made and some people cash in on them to enrich themselves. But this particular tenancy law couldn't fly because of a number of issues that are very, very clear to all of us. You cannot legislate on what you don't have. The central reason that law did not work was because government didn't provide any alternative. Oh, if you cannot get from the landlord, come out to our own and then get what you want. Of course, many of the analysts and property lawyers who talked on this particular law hinged the failure, in quotes, of that law on inability of the government, the Lagos State government, to offer tenants alternatives. As per say, oh, landlord, you cannot rent from the landlord, come and rent government house. But you find that in this same state, government seems to be even competing with private sector developers. If you go to rent even government or buy from government property, it is almost sometimes costlier than that of the private developer. So the main reason that particular law couldn't work was because you can't just tell me how I'll, because it's a private enterprise. You can't dictate for me how I will sell the goods I bought from somewhere, or rent the house I have erected for tenants, or sell it, whichever is the case. So it's just the absence of tenant. Then maybe we'll talk more as we go along on why that law didn't fly.
Okay, Valentine. Yes, you guys said government can detect. It's a private enterprise, like free market, so government can detect. But then government still has a responsibility to protect, citizens from exploitation. Is that not the case?
Okay, so even
though yes, it's a private enterprise, yes, free market economy, and what have you, but government is still there to protect citizens from exploitation, because it seems like what we are having now is exploitation.
Well, I mean, so call it what you may. The truth of the matter is, in trying to look at this thing objectively, it will make more sense if we tell ourselves the truth. And the truth is, there is a huge lacuna in the whole system. And if you want to act as a curative measure regarding this issue surrounding tenancy law, and of course involving the landlords and the tenants, we should first and foremost look at the infrastructure itself that is on ground to enable tenants and landlords have a cohesive agreement and stick with it. We're having more tenant and landlord issues than we're having houses that are even available. And so if I'm a landlord, for instance, and I don't like what the government is doing, for instance, so what do? I have no say, right? How much am I spending to build a house? How much am I spending to put together the whole infrastructure? And so if this new arrangement from the government saying we're looking at 3 months, right? If it favors the tenant, it doesn't favor the landlord. And as our good friend rightly said regarding the structure itself, for me, I believe that we should track ourselves backwards first. Whatever happened to the Jakonde Estate package? Whatever happened to other schemes like that, where those who are low-income people can afford to have these houses? Let's call a spade a spade. So when this new development comes out now, a lot of questions will be asked. And I, for one, ask questions objectively, such a way that we can strike it at the middle and say, if you want us to follow through with this, then give us a breather. Now, from the angle of the tenant, how much is the tenant even earning? Not everybody earns a bulk package to now say they can pay off their rent and then relax without being, reminded that, look, there's an increase coming up. And mind you, if you say it is now 3 months, meaning to say that the man who is earning 100,000, like I said before, right, knows, okay, he's paying a small amount of money. Is he going to save at the end of the day? There are some people who get into some form of, agreement where there is collation of funds in a group. At the end of the year, they give them their own money, right? And they rely on that money.
Cooperatives.
Yes, they rely on that money, right, as a bailout for them to pay their rent. So if, for instance, 3 of us are in a cooperative, for instance, and my money is supposed to be ready to collect, in 12 months. And this new law is saying, look, landlords are only allowed to charge 3 months. Then what happens to me? So you see the lacuna we're talking about now. So before we begin to look at the whole, matter, saying, is this viable or not? From the angle of the specialist who understands the area of real estate, right?
Okay, yeah. Let me bring in Chuka here, because
I don't know if I hit the nail on the head.
I get you, because what government is trying to do is just to strike a balance such that a tenant is not unnecessarily overburdened.
On the contrary, I think with this tenant to be overburdened.
No,
that's where I stand.
I'm coming. Let us look at what Desmond Elliott. Desmond Elliott is one of the lawmakers. I think he's representing Surulere Constituency 1. Actually, during a debate at the Lagos State House of Assembly, there was something that Desmond Elliott actually complained about. He actually said that in Surulere, where in his constituency, that landlords are increasing rent by 100%.
And what's the cause?
Coming. That is to say that, for instance, if you were initially paying 1 million, let's say for maybe a 2-bedroom flat, so they will just jack it up by 2 million. If it was 3 million, just jack it up to. So I want to ask Mr. Uroku, doesn't government have the right to see that this kind of thing doesn't happen? And these rent increases are done without the normal maybe 6-month notice that you are supposed to, by law, you are supposed to give the tenant.
Let us understand why the increases are even taking place. There is high demand for housing in Lagos. There is limited supply of housing in Lagos State. This is a state of over 20 million people. And the available record shows us that over 80% of this population are living in rented accommodation. This is a state where you have over 3 million housing deficit. This is a state where the price of housing in Lagos, that is house price in this place, even what you used to rent a house here can buy you a house in other jurisdictions. So it is the demand pool coming from the populace that is pushing this price up on almost on daily basis. And no matter, because people must find a place to live. No matter what you put, oh, I'm not ready because I don't have the money. Someone else has that money to pay. Agreed. The landlords are actually being very, very exploitative. Very, very exploitative.
I'll make a case for the landlords.
Pardon?
I'll make a case for the landlords.
Okay, let me just land. The landlords are very exploitative because sometimes the rent increase doesn't justify even the property you are renting. A landlord has not rented or renovated his house in the past 5 years. No road had improved around, infrastructure improvement around the house. Yet he just hears that, oh, the house price or the rent in Lekki is now 2 million. And then somebody somewhere in Ajegule tells you that, oh, my own house, because it is the same house size, is also 2 million. These are some of the things government is trying to guard against. That you don't just have to exploit tenants anyhow. Because of the high demand for housing here, a lot of fraudulent activities are going on here. Yeah. And these are the things government is trying to avoid. Remember, the setting up of Lagos Real Estate Regulatory Authority is just for this kind of thing, for fraudulent activities, especially the rental market. The problem we have in Lagos is not about the sales market, it's the rental market, because that is where a lot of activities are going on. After the rental market, you find the land market, because a lot of people, oh, let me start from somewhere. Everybody want to buy land, and because of the high demand in that segment of the market, a lot of things are going on. Oh, but these days things are improving anyway, because La Sorera, is now trying to make sure that people are not unduly exploited. But why some of these things are not succeeding, as I've said earlier, is because, one, I have said earlier that government doesn't offer a cheaper or better alternative. Two, the demand is so high. 3, the population of the state is increasing almost on daily basis. This is the most highly urbanizing city you can ever think about, even in West Africa. According to the officials of the state, they tell you that about 6,000 people come here on daily basis, and over 50% of them don't go back. So the remainder of up to 3,000 people are looking for somewhere to live. And the person may have prepared in mind that the first thing I'm going to do when I come here is to rent a house. So for you as a sitting tenant, when the landlord sees that, oh, the man is coming from left and right, he will now come and tell you, very short notice, I want to renovate my house. My children are coming back from the United States, from London, from everywhere. And by the time you leave, I have a case where I was living before. I moved to where I'm staying now. The landlord just came and told me, Oga, one of my children that is in London is coming back and is going to use this your flat. Why is it this flat that the man is interested in? And the man is not even here. So the moment I left, the woman partitioned the 2-bedroom apartment I was living with into 2 separate apartments. I was paying 200, and then I decided to be charging 250 for each of the new apartments. So rather than my 200,000, the woman now getting 500,000.
Was any renovation made?
No, he just partitioned it.
Just partitioned it.
From 2-bedroom to 1-bedroom self-contained, 2 1-bedroom self-contained. So this is going on almost everywhere in Lagos.
Okay,
so these are some of the things that
because this program actually is also to try and see how we can also provide solution and what we think government can do, maybe the private sector can also do to see how these challenges are addressed. So Onyeka, let me ask you, what do you think can be the way forward to help both the landlord, because again we must also forget
talk about the landlord.
Yeah, the landlord too also have their own challenges too. Yeah, so let's quickly look at what do you think can be done to such a way that the landlord benefits, the tenant benefits, and the government is able to also regulate in such a way that every party
is carried along.
I
mean, it's like they say, the beauty of the food is in the taste. You know what I mean? In other words, if we don't experiment, we'll not know if something good will come out of it. I believe that one of the great ways to tackle this kind of issues is to put in place town hall meetings. I will explain. You see, what your thoughts are about a particular issue might be different from the way the other person sees it. The way the tenants will see it might be different from the way federal government will see it. It will shock you if we throw this questionnaire out on a vox pop, right, and ask people on the street, would you prefer to have, 3 months tenancy or 1 year? They will tell you, no, leave it at 1 year. You see, if you ask the landlord, will you prefer tenancy to be given a tenancy fee or rent to be given to you every 3 months or 1 year? The landlord will see the benefit and tell you, you know what, let it remain at 3 months. Because like you rightly said, it's an opportunity for him to come and give you an excuse and tell you he wants to partition or he wants to do some modification, thereby putting you on the tight corner to collect money. So, I mean, not to talk too much, one of the ways to harness, right, to prefer solutions would be town hall meetings in different districts. Let the commissioner for housing, those who are responsible from the government, not just go to TV and radio alone, but send most of these people who are in charge of developing the areas, right? They have those council members there. Send them there. Create town hall meetings, right? Where we have stakeholders, the tenants, the landlords, the building material sellers. Because don't forget, cost of building of infrastructure falls on the cost of building materials. How much is cement? I said it here the other day, right? Prior to 2025, cement used to cost within the space of say 6 or 3 to 4,000. Now it's more than 10,000. So what are we saying? As we engage people at that level, right? We also make sure we work hand in hand again with NOA, National Orientation Agency, and say, look, let us educate people about this thing, and say it is better, right, to allow the golden egg lay the golden goose, goose lay the golden egg, than want to kill the golden goose, hoping you will see egg inside.
Thank you. In just 2 seconds, Mr. Uruku, let's hear you. What do you think should be the best way forward?
I think your 2 seconds is too small, too short.
Yeah,
but I would like to tell you that I would like to say that the solution lies with the government, squarely with the government.
Okay.
If Lagos State, for instance, wants to address issue of high rent, first of all, infrastructure is critical. Because if I live in Badagry, for instance, where house rent is low, where land is cheap, and I can get to Ikoyi where I am in 1 hour, not to bother, everybody shouldn't be in the city center. So government has to
centralize,
not necessarily centralize, but create infrastructure that will enable mobility. People have to move. People can move from wherever they are. Secondly, government can reduce whatever it is, whatever it takes to perfect your line titles that will enable you to build houses. Government can decide to decentralize everything within the city center.
That's what I was saying.
They can go to Badagry, go to Ekpe, go to Ikurudu, open up some of these areas and make land easily accessible to people. So people should even start thinking of owning their own houses instead of renting. So the pride of owning a house is you cannot just imagine.
But what about mortgage?
So
is it to access
what we are talking about Lagos State, there are some of these things that are within the purview of the federal government. Okay, government in Lagos State have actually taken some steps to address this, especially their rent-to-own housing scheme, where you rent a house and then pay rent over time, and then at the end of a stipulated period of time, you own the house. But that is not working because sometimes where we are not actually, they are not succeeding. They attach so much what they call equity contribution to it, and some of these equity contribution, not many people can afford the equity contribution. Maybe time would allow us, as you are just recommending to it, but I want to say that government has a lot to do to make this happen.
All right.
And cage the raging landlords.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think this is where we'll draw the curtain. But just before we close, one of the lawmakers in Lagos State, Shabi Adebola, also reminded the Lagos State government that it has a responsibility to build low-cost housing for those who may not be able to afford high rent. And so that's one area where the Lagos State government can also come in. So thank you, viewers. This is where we draw the curtain on the Bdtv roundtable. Thank you so much for viewing. Tomorrow is another day.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, Our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bdtv.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the Bdtv breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and on the big story is where we get to discuss some of the key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. Today we're focusing on the expectations from the coal mining field that is set to resume crude drilling operations. Now, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company has announced plans to resume crude oil drilling operations at the coal mining oil field situated along the Bauchi-Gombe state border. Now, this development marks a return to activity at the site following almost 2 years of dormancy. Bayo Ojulari, the new group CEO of the NNPC, stated during an interview granted to the BBC, according to Ojulari, presentations are ongoing to relaunch the project, which was originally initiated under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. But is the NNPC wasting resources at the coal mining oil field, or will this hopefully strike oil in commercial quantities to boost the much needed Nigeria's oil production? Well, I'm not doing this alone this morning. I'm being joined by Abubakar Ibrahim, Business Day's senior energy correspondent. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me, Elizabeth.
It's very good to have you. Can you tell us a little bit of what you know about this oil exploration project going on?
Okay, well, so when Nigeria, discovered oil back in the 1950s, it was in the Niger Delta. But prior to that time, there's been drilling activities almost everywhere in the country, and the north was not excluded from that project back then. But nothing to write home about because nothing was discovered. Then, when we discovered in 1952 and 56 at Oloibiri, where we call Bayelsa today, we had to shift attention to that area. And so for Komani, there have been exploration in the north for a very long time for crude oil, pre-colonial, post-colonial independence. Then recently it was discovered that there was oil in Komani in 2019. Then the then President Muhammadu Buhari now take charge of that discovery, I think in 2021, 2022, and now the NNPC are saying they want to go back to that project and see if there is viability in that regard. So Komali is not something new in a real sense, just that recently we just have that buzz around it. So you could say that it's a step in the right direction. However, there are some sort of discrepancies from many analysts, people that are playing in that sector, financial analysts, and these are some of the things that I feel like surrounding the project. Give or take, it is a step in the right direction. Anything to make sure that the country is moving forward is always welcome.
Always welcome. And then speaking about anything to see that the country is moving in the right direction, well, some people are expressing some sort of skepticism about the viability of this, but of course, the NNPC has insisted. So what, in your view, will be the driving force for NNPC's insistence?
Well, I would say because, for one, we need to drive home our exportation in concerns crude. And in as much as we're calling for renewable energy and alternative energy, this resource is still there. And we need to also make sure that our economy is viable. We're moving in the right direction here. So I think what is moving, making the NNPC move in this direction is because of our crude production. We're currently not where we're supposed to be. And if you look at this administration's target of 2.7 million barrels by 2027, you see, if you think, okay, this is why they are pushing for this. We're currently doing around 1.4, and OPEC's quota is 1.5, meaning we're short of 100,000 barrels. So Nigeria and through NNPC, we'll be looking to also find a way to make sure that our crew activities are on the high side, so that, you know, one of the major drivers of our FX, if not for any other reason, that is one of the most important reasons for, you know, trying to push for coal mining. The economy will go forward in terms of job creation and technical know-how, because you need Nigerians to also be in that space. In as much as we're bringing in expatriates, Nigerians should be learning and should be able to get things done to locally, because many IOCs are already leaving the onshore shallow water assets to Nigerian oil companies. So it's just best that we take charge of our resource.
And how does the NNPC get to assess the commercial viability of the coal mining oil field, now given the region's security and some of the infrastructural challenges that they have?
Well, you could also argue that the Niger Delta has its own security issues and challenges too.
Sure.
However, things are working. Not as we want to, but they are working, and we feel like it's also improving. Like I said, we are not, you know, producing as much as we'd expected, but if you also look at the trajectory, we are also moving forward to some extent. Earlier in the year, we did 1.5, we dropped to 1.4, then we're scaling around 1.4 now. You'd expect security issues, vandalism, pipeline, and all of that. So political unrest, the Boko Haram insurgency, unknown gunmen and whatever, I think this is an asset that even the government will want to protect, and anything to protect the assets, meaning that security will be deployed in that area. So the commercial viability was, you know, stated in 2019. I think that was why it was taken seriously. That's okay, this area we need to take it seriously enough, because we've seen commercial viability from what we just discovered. So, you know, in the oil and gas sector, when you discover oil, but not in a commercial quantity or not as you'd expected, they don't really do much there, just let it be. But if you see the buzz from 2019, 2021, 2022, and now the new GC of NNPC saying we are going back to make sure that that particular asset works, I think you have to give it a nudge that, okay, there's something real there that they are looking to improve on or work on for the betterment of the country.
And, you know, right now we talk a lot about, you know, environmental, sustainable governance and all of that stuff. This is the time where we're talking about sustainability and all of that. So what exactly is NNPCL doing to ensure that there's environmental sustainability and also to ensure community engagement in this coal mining project?
Okay, so I'll have to put this caveat out there that I'm not a spokesperson for NNPC.
Right.
However, if you look at the oil and gas companies in Nigeria and across the world, sustainability has been at the forefront of every of their operations, and we could not, you know, just use our left hand to just brush off the issue of climate change and all of that. As a matter of fact, locally here we had the oil spill that has been battling some areas in the Niger Delta till date, and you understand how this affects their livelihood, their person, their health, and all of that. So I believe that the NNPC would have done all the required assessment as it concerns environmental sustainability and how to make sure that oil spill, vandalism, and any insecurity that would make sure that that would have affected the project or the assets in the case, or, you know, putting into consideration before, you know, venturing into trying to drill for oil in that area.
And do you have an idea of what the production timeline might be for this project?
Well, so there's no timeline yet from the NNPC. What we're looking at is a long term, though, because the assets, according to the NNPC and the partners there, should be giving us at least 1 billion in reserves, 1 billion barrels in reserves. So, and that's huge. If you look at that's almost times 2 of what the whole of Ghana has. So it's not a project that is small in the region. So it will take a lot of work. So it's not you just discover and start drilling. There are a lot of assessments, reporting, back and forth, making sure that everything.
There's no deadline.
There's no deadline to when you should be expecting production from that regards. Hopefully, the NNPC will come out in a short set of time to tell us how that will go.
And speaking of NNPC, how is NNPC financing this project? Also, to what do you think? What will be their expected returns on investment over the next decade?
Okay, so if you look at the PIA, that's the Petroleum Industry Act, there is they made some sort of law, should I call it law, in that regards, speaking to how 30% of NNPC's income or profit should be used in funding exploratory activities, and this is one of it. So you'd expect some of this funding to come from the 30%. Initially, from the president, former president Muhammad Buhari, $3 billion was earmarked to make sure that the project is viable. So till today, we've not heard if the $3 billion has been exhausted, been used, or is still being used. But however, the $3 billion was the inception, the fund, earmarked from the inception, and you expect a 30%, cut from whatever NNPC make every year to make sure that this asset or this project is being worked on and the activities goes on in that regards. So if you look at projection, I'm not in the boardroom, but I'll say if you look at our oil market today, we're doing somewhere around 60, 65 in the last weeks, and if we could also improve on our production, Nigeria should be looking at very good income from crude oil exports.
So you're not giving us like an estimated.
No. I won't give you an estimated return because there's been volatility in the sector for years.
Okay.
So, and if there's volatility, you can't predict you're going up or you're going down. More or less, you're just taking it as it is. And then I think transparency from on the aspect of the NNPC and at large the federal government would go a long way in making sure that we have investors, come in to make sure that our assets are being worked on, and drilling, production, we take it higher than it's expected. Look at the recent report of some 8 OPEC and OPEC countries and allies trying to up their production. Nigeria is not part of them. This is the same reason why Angola left, I think last year, 2 years ago, when they were trying to improve on their production, and OPEC says no. Now, there is power in numbers. I'm sure because the 8 countries come together to meet OPEC, it was why it was possible for them to agree, okay, you can increase. Now, this, you would have thought, okay, Nigeria should be taking advantage of this. Let's also come in, let's be the ninth country, join these 8 countries, making sure that's up. But you cannot even say that because you are not meeting quotas in the first place. So if you cannot meet 1.5, you cannot even fight for you increasing your production. So you need to have at least meet 1.5 steadily, then fight for increments in production. Then we take it from there.
And how exactly will the Nigerian economy benefit from this if this eventually breaks through?
All right. So if this eventually breaks through, first the president has given required licenses. You should go on with whatever you want to do on that asset. And then just recently, they announced the commissioning of an academy. These are some of the benefits. An academy where they will train people in that area on how to drill, everything concerning crude oil. You understand? So like I said, job creation, technical know-how, then human development. So when you have people, local people, indigenous people can do these things, you help also improve their lives, their standard of living, and at large their family. So then we also look at some production income for Nigeria. Then our gas too, because gas is expected to come out of the assets. We're expecting gas production too from the assets, and it's enormous. It's enormous in terms of finances, in terms of human capital, and what have you. So I believe if this goes through, it should be one of the best in recent time for the northern states.
The northern states.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for your time this morning on The Big Story. I hope that you enjoyed the rest of your day.
Thank you very much for having me, Elizabeth.
And that's where we bring it to a close here on The Big Story. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the news at noon. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on Bdtv, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Hello, this is Bdtv Shosami on Global Business Insights on Bdtv, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bdtv.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. This is still the Bdtv Breakfast Show, and now you are on to the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa. We'll check out some of the stories making the rounds across social media. Interesting stories, not so interesting stories, but they're definitely trending. And of course, I'm not here alone today. I'm here with Valentine Onyeka. It's always good to have you. It was good to have you last week. It's good to have you again. Let's talk about some of the stories making the rounds today. So we kick off with a trending topic from the United Kingdom, where Prime Minister Keir Starmer has sparked conversations after announcing his plan to reduce the country's reliance on foreign workers. He made it clear that his focus is on investing in young British citizens rather than looking abroad for labor. Now, in a post on X, which is formerly known as Twitter, Starmer said, "For too long, Britain has been addicted to cheap overseas labor, while 1 in 8 of our own young people aren't in education, employment, or training. I'm putting our young people first and be investing in skills that they need, and I'm ending our dependence on foreign labor." Now, this statement comes after the United Kingdom government revealed an 82-page policy paper aiming to cut back on hiring foreign care workers. We know that that's a very, it's a usual thing when you get care workers from other countries. Now, this move has been met with mixed reactions. Some praise the focus on British jobs, while others worry about labor shortages, especially in the care sector. Well, we'll see how people are reacting firstly on social media. Now, that's a tweet from Very Insig. Very Insig says, "Any cheap foreign labor should be imported only on a temporary basis. They should not be given citizenship." That's a tweet from Very Insig. Let's see if we have more reactions on social media. There's another post on social media that says, "We have a shortage of 131,000 care workers, and you are planning to cut 50,000 more. A decent policy will be to fill all of these vacancies first and then reduce care worker visas. What you're doing is dog whistling to appeal to the court of Farage instead of sensibly addressing the situation. You should be ashamed for exploiting immigrants to appease far-right populists. Your language is making us an island of strangers, as so many Labour voters no longer recognize you." Wow, that's a very strong comment there. Inkai Center says, "British people are lazy. They don't want to work." Wow, interesting. Let's see if we have more reactions. Ogidi says, "Finally, a leader putting British youth first. Investing in homegrown skills and reducing reliance on foreign labor will empower young people, cut unemployment, and build a stronger, self-sufficient economy. This is the right approach. Fair, practical, and long overdue." Well, those are the reactions.
Fair, practical, and long overdue. Kind of sounds to me as what you want to term as someone who wants Santa Claus to bring in the gift, but yet you don't want the dust from the chimney to come down. Doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Let's be honest. I mean, I like what the second person who tweeted there said, "Look, British people are just lazy." Let's call it spade a spade.
You think British people are lazy?
They're not just lazy. I think they're very complacent. I'm not afraid to say this. Let's be honest. You see, when you are used to being fed with a silver spoon, right? The tendency where you see someone thinking, for what it's worth, that he or she has unwavering privilege. And so, why should I even clean my lawn myself? If you want to clean your lawn yourself, then pay for it. And if you must pay for it, then pay people who can do it well. And if people from your area cannot do it, if immigrants can do it, pay them well. And if you're not going to pay them well, at least allow them to stay. So for me, I think it's a no-brainer. I will explain why I say it's a no-brainer. 2012, Theresa May at the time, right? She made a case about jobs being taken away by immigrants. My question is the reason why you call them immigrants, right? Let's don't forget that history has made it very clear. Okay? How Africa was exploited. And so, if Africa has been exploited and things are not going well for them to stay in their countries and they see an opportunity abroad, knowing that you're lazy enough to clean your own lawn, right? And so you see cheap labor, you shouldn't talk too much. You should Rather, appreciate the fact that someone is coming to come and help you, clean your lawn, pay them well, instead of trying to cry foul when obviously the roaster is far away. So I think I agree with the second tweet that says they are lazy.
Let's see if we can. Okay, the tweet that says British people are lazy.
I will not even stop there.
Oh, okay,
yes.
Go on.
If you look at it closely, right? Again, I did a bit of throwback 2012 when Theresa May complained about, she made a case for immigrants that they should check it, and then, that was just left on the side. Maybe because they were still gaining more from Africa. Let's be honest. If you're gaining from a particular people, do you think you want to kick them out?
Certainly not.
Remove the workforce. I mean, the other tweet there said there's still a need for 131,000 workers to fill into some areas where lazy people don't want to work. But they want what? They want output. I mean, you can't eat your cake and have it. You want people to work for you, and you want to pay them average, yet you want to keep them out of your country. It doesn't work that way, right? So for me, I believe they need to sit up and look at it clearly. And again, as much as I want to mention it, I'll mention it. This also, I will draw in the angle of blames at Badnock. Is that how you pronounce her name?
Yes.
She has opened the door for people to actually say, wait a minute, we need to look into this area of immigrants. The statistics are not looking too good. That's why they're now talking now.
But she's also an immigrant.
Most definitely. I was going to come there, but again, I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. Let's continue this conversation.
Right, let's move on now, but bring it closer to us, bring it closer home. There's quite an interesting one. Speculation about the future of Nyesom Wike, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. Now, rumors have been swelling that he might actually challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 elections now. But I mean, that's been making the rounds for quite a while now, and I think it's very interesting. But I'd like us to just see, just get a little bit of background. Now, Wike has actually put those two rumors to rest, saying he has no intention of running against Tinubu. Now, in an interview which he granted with BBC News Pidgin, he stated, "I will not contest. Why will I contest against someone I'm working for?" It's a no-brainer. He also dismissed the idea of any major opposition figure capable of unseating the president at this point. Now, those are the stories making the rounds today. This one, we brought it home. I would like to hear your thoughts. Do you think Wike is up to has some gimmick ongoing, or do you think it's true to his word when he says, "I will not, why will I contest against someone I'm working for?"
I mean, very quickly, I don't know if you watched, while you were growing up, you watched Sound of Music.
I did.
So they had this particular part that used to get me. Start from the very beginning. Okay. A very good place to start. Let us start from the beginning.
All right, let's go.
For those of you who don't know who Wike is, look, action man, but he's also someone who stands for that saying that goes this way. In politics, right? No permanent friend, no permanent enemy.
But permanent interest.
Permanent interest. And so I just sang a bit of something to remind you. So let's throw it back. The same Wike we're talking about today, right? Who is putting his foot down, saying, "No, I cannot run against my Oga." Remember when President Tinubu was, at the time they were campaigning and they went to River State. Remember what Wike said?
What did he say?
Wike, and what he did was he welcomed them at the State House, and then he was asking them, "Are you people trying to upturn this election?" You could see in his face at that time, he wasn't even in any way in support of what was going on. He was either here or there. In fact, given the chance, if he was in Amechi's shoes, he could have done more.
Really?
Yes, most definitely. So for me, again, as much as we don't want to take sides, want to be objective, as journalists, I would say, look, let time give us the answer.
Yeah, time will definitely, time tells.
But I will lean more on the fact that you will see politics, especially in this country, has always given us reason to think we'll make more money if you watch on TV, on Netflix, than watching any other movie. Yes. There goes your answer.
Oh my goodness. I always say every time that it looks like when you're analyzing Nigerian politics, it definitely looks like something that will really sell.
It will sell.
Be a good
we need a good producer to sit back and package it well. Well, if they pay me well, I mean, like you said, no permanent enemy, no permanent friend, only permanent
Oh God, permanent interest. Let's check out some of the reactions on social media to this one. So that's a reaction from Agbonite. Says, Wike and APC as a party should stop talking about 2027 for God's sake. Nigerians are passing through a lot from the economic point of view to hardship to hunger. Now, instead of Wike to be telling us how the government is is going to address the above highlighted point, is talking of 2027, it is well. That person definitely has had enough. Dare Omoya Lekon says, Wike de PDP, heart de APC. That's not a good place to be. Mouth de anywhere, Mike de. Na real national tour. Let's see more reactions. Daniel Rega, I love this guy a lot. He says, I will stay in PDP and work for Tinubu for 2027. This is the kind of statement that's allowed to pass when there is zero consequences for party betrayal. But it's not surprising since all Nigerian politicians do best is decamp and seek power at the expense of the masses. And most Nigerians still rally around them because they can't think for themselves. No one should be allowed to play for two sides, be it in politics or whatever. Pathetic.
On the contrary, the only country where such saying are questioned is Nigeria.
Really?
Yes. You see more people coming out boldly to not only look as if they are two-edged swords, but also give you reason to question their character. We've seen so many times every now and then. I mean, we are experiencing the issue surrounding, Wike and the governor that left, Simi, right? What's that name?
Simi,
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And so, if you look at it clearly, he was quite once loyal to Wike, isn't it so? Right? Just the way Wike was loyal to somebody else. So, loyalty flows in this country, flows where there's incentive. Remove the incentive, the true nature of a man will come up. Give it time.
And that's why it's always important to remove the incentive sometimes. I think that's where I stand.
Most definitely.
Interesting one there. So you don't have any more thoughts on this story?
I could go on and on, but I could just give you, what we call a ... there. Will Wike keep to this word? The internet has always proven to be undefeated. He has said this. There are people out there who are social critics. They've put it down, archived it. Let's wait and see. Then for the issue surrounding the UK crying foul regarding immigrants, let's be honest. It's a no-brainer, like I said before. Okay? They're in your country already, right? And they're adding to the GDP, to the economy. Don't look for where there's fault. Let us start with what has more problems.
That's the one I agree with you on, because really, if people are coming and migrating to your country, it's not like you pay them more than your own people. And they're coming to do all of the menial jobs. Let's talk about Nigerians. All Nigerians, most of the Nigerians, they're going to do all of these menial jobs that they wouldn't do here, because here in Nigeria, we kind of, like we say, in Gen Z culture, you say like the rates, kind of rates, white collar jobs more than those other blue collar jobs and all of that. But these people go to those countries and then do all of those things that they will never do here, and then they're earning. Okay, perhaps the earnings there are higher than what they would earn here. Even maybe as a manager or as an MD, ridiculously. But the truth is, when you look at the amount of hours put in, you look at the fact that you lose your community, you lose, so even if you're creating a community there, so many things you have to spend money on. The bills, that's my opinion. I think that
I was going to end with the bills, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think that the bills are more, and then you don't even have time to take care of your children in the way you'd have taken care of them here. So, and if you have to do that, you have to employ a nanny, and then how much does it cost to?
Which is a professional fee, by the way.
Yes. How much does it cost to employ a nanny over there? Because here in Nigeria, you're probably talking about maybe a nanny on the island, which is always more expensive. The cost is still not as much as you have to pay when you're there. So I look at it like you're making all of that money, but then at what cost? At the cost of your own sanity, at the cost of your own life. Well, this are my thoughts, because there are many people that would die on a hill and say to me, like, I don't know what I'm saying, but this is really my thought.
On the contrary, I think not only do you know what you're saying, you're hitting the nail on the head. And those who might watch and now say, they question what they're saying. The question back to them is, are the indices saying otherwise? We've had people who have been either deported or they just finally just give up and say, look, they can't keep up with the amount of tax and wages and all that stuff. In the UK, our family members, I'm sure they're going to watch this, saying, we heard you say that some British people are lazy. Some of them, not all of them, right? But even at that, when someone is multitasking and has about 3 to 4 jobs, so he or she can pay up some certain things like mortgage, pay up student loan and all that stuff. Don't you think it's necessarily stress? Don't you think that the stress is so much on the person that you should begin to say, you know what, for what it's worth, let us even think about giving you some health insurance just to support you. So that if you're leaving this country back to your home place, have something good to say. I'm not saying all immigrants are good. You have some bad eggs. After all, like they say, in the space of 12 disciples, there's
but I think they have more good eggs than bad eggs.
So let us even stay with that. So if we have more good eggs than bad eggs, it's everywhere like that around the world, right?
Absolutely.
Why not we focus on the things that are working, that immigrants are bringing forward? Must it always be something that is bad that this immigrant did or this person came from a different country and did? Let's be honest now, right? Should we draw a track back? Should we throw back history and see what they did to Africa? Should we do that? Or second bit when we come again? Let's be honest. If we're going to track back and say, let's look at what happened in the past. There's been more killings, more pillaging, more, ripping of Africa than whatever it is you want to use to measure what's going on in Europe these days that you can term and put all around the neck of immigrants. They're trying to survive. I'm not saying, I'm not making a case for criminals. I'm not in support of someone going to another man's country, to kill and then, and to rob and stuff like that. But let's be honest.
I like what you say, let's be honest.
Let's be objective.
Said it like 5 times now. I love it.
And then see it. If repatriations are not being paid, how else do you want them to get it? Let's leave that case for now.
And let's be honest. Thank you so much, Valentine's. Really lovely speaking with you, having this conversation.
Same here.
Socially listening with you this morning. And that's where we, close the curtain on this conversation. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Bdtv.
The week begins with growing investor confidence on Wall Street, which has sent stocks to 2 months high, and recovery of most losses from the initial tariff-driven sell-off we saw in early April. Still, tariff headlines will be closely monitored, as well as updates on economic activity data. The S&P 500 rose last Friday for a 5th session and posted a sharp weekly gain as investors are looking past the release of disappointing consumer sentiment data and inflation worries. And in Nigeria, the Monetary Policy Committee starts its 2-day meeting today, with markets hoping for a modest rate cut as inflation eased. In the latest data, Nigeria's annual inflation rate fell to 23.71% in April 2025 from 24.23% in the prior month. But our deep dive is on the just concluded Africa CEO 2-day forum that just took place in Abidjan. Hello, welcome back to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines moving markets and offer perspectives on the peculiar business environment. Belgium's central bank governor, Pierre Wunsch, in an interview published over the weekend says the European Central Bank may need to cut interest rates to slightly below 2% as recent shocks and uncertainty could justify a mildly supportive monetary policy, including a potential cut below the current 2.25% deposit rate. Markets see a 90% chance of an ECB rate cut on June 5, but priced in only one additional easing over the rest of the year, suggesting that the ECB's deposit rate could bottom out at 1.75%. Britain and the European Union will maybe today agree a major post-Brexit reconciliation of sorts, but haggling over key details, including fisheries, food trade, youth mobility, and I understand the haggling dragged on as both sides engaged in last-minute brinkmanship ahead of the meeting that was taking place today. The historic summit at Lancaster House in London will see both sides sign a security and defense partnership, the centerpiece of the reset and the recognition that the whole continent needs to pull together to confront the threat from Russia. Sir Keir Starmer will sign the Defence Pact and a communique promising deeper economic cooperation. For example, a deal that would allow UK passport holders to use EU airport e-gates may have been confirmed. We could see more deals like that of course try to reduce costs and ease the environment somewhat. AI leader Nvidia is diversifying beyond its traditional reliance on its clientele of big tech companies by selling directly to nation-states, corporate groups, and rivals to Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Last week's deal between Nvidia and Saudi Arabia's Humane and the pact with the United Arab Emirates to build massive AI infrastructure, indeed one of the world's largest data centers in coordination with the US government, opens up a new market and perhaps even a new business model. Nvidia is also wooing potential rivals to Amazon Web Services, Microsoft's Azure and Google Cloud, rivals such as CoreWeave, Nebius, Crusoe, and Lambda. The recent US sovereign downgrade by Moody's has caused investor worries about a looming debt time bomb. On Friday, the ratings agency cut America's sovereign credit rating by one notch, the last of the major ratings agencies to downgrade the country, citing concerns about the nation's growing $36 trillion debt pile. U.S. ratings were cut to AA1 from AAA, although the U.S. long-term local and foreign currency country ceilings remain at AAA. Reacting to the downgrade, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that Moody's ratings were a lagging indicator after the group downgraded the U.S. credit rating by a notch, like we said. Moody's also did say that the downgrade reflects the increase over more than a decade in government debt and interest payment ratios to levels that are significantly higher than similarly rated sovereigns, also adding that they do not expect that the U.S. long-term growth will be significantly affected by tariffs. The Treasury Secretary therefore concluded that the downgrade was more related to the Biden administration's spending policies, including combating climate change and increasing healthcare coverage. China on Sunday announced anti-dumping duties as high as 74.9% on imports of POM copolymers. That's a type of special engineering plastic material from the United States, the European Union, Japan, and Taiwan. The announcement followed a probe launched in May 2024 after the US sharply increased tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, computer chips, and other imports. Former Vice President Mike Pence has said, that was on Sunday, that Trump should turn down the gift of a $400 million jet from the royal family of Qatar, citing national security concerns, adding that Qatar has a long history of playing both sides. And accepting an Air Force One from Qatar is inconsistent with our security and intelligence needs. EVI had voiced its own concerns in an earlier chat last week, which is replayed. Today's deep dive is on ethics and the issues surrounding acceptance of an expensive Boeing aircraft gift from Qatar. Trump has called the move a very public and transparent transaction, while Democratic U.S. Congresswoman Kelly Morrison described the gift on X as corruption in plain sight, saying that to accept the gift, the plane would be blatantly illegal, a national security risk, and a clear conflict of interest, adding that the Constitution forbids it. It may not be wrong to show appreciation for help and support that the world's largest economy and influential superpower has given to many nations, but there are ethical rules that guide acceptance of expensive gifts. Even if we rule out a bribe for a favor and there is open disclosure, and if the plane can be refitted and rechecked for all the necessary security guardrails, there are still other issues. Ethical governance suggests that a gift or hospitality should not be accepted by a government official because of the recipient's position or because of anything they may do or not do as a leader. In this case, there is no contract or favor that is obvious in the context. Gifts can be open, harmless, unsolicited, and innocent, but still unethical and illegal, especially when you delve deeper into reasons for which it was offered, and of course the laws surrounding gifts in the particular jurisdiction. Indeed, a leader is free to accept a benefit or gift if no reasonable person would see it as giving rise to a conflict, or if it does not set a negative precedent or conflict with law. In this case, there could be a conflict with the Constitution, and it does look like a bad example for other leaders. You could say there is an appearance of corruption. In the US, the Foreign Emoluments Clause of the United States Constitution prohibits receiving gifts from foreign states without the consent of the U.S. Congress. According to U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, there is a way to make it legally permissible and less contentious. The plane would be gifted from Qatar's Ministry of Defense to the United States Department of Defense and later transferred to the Donald Trump Presidential Library before 2029. The Qatari-owned 747 is just over a decade old and one of the most luxurious private planes in the world. My view is that gifting to Ministry of Defense merely disguises the fact that this was intended as a gift for President Trump's use, and he should at least obtain congressional consent before accepting. Or much better, Trump could personally, or the US government should pay fair value for it if indeed there is need of an aircraft. The 12th edition of the Africa CU Forum wrapped up in Abidjan with the battle cry for stronger public-private partnerships to drive Africa's economic transformation. The event brought together more than 2,800 political and business leaders from 90 countries under the theme, "Can a new public-private deal reshape the continent's future?" And discussions revolved around improving economic governance, refining public policy, and accelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. These efforts, participants agreed, are vital to building a more investment-friendly climate, stimulating innovation, and integrating African economies more deeply. The challenge of diverse economies with a total average 6,000 GDP per capita. That's the average GDP per capita on a PPP, purchase price parity basis, less than a third of the global average, which is about 20,000 GDP per capita. And although we have countries like Seychelles and Mauritius boosting over $30,000 GDP per capita, quite a few states present less than $1,000 GDP per capita. So you have a diversity that can make integration difficult. Also problematic is the diversity in governance structures, with a private sector that has learned to navigate very wide differences in the business ecosystem. Implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area will go far to upgrade standards and make it easier for business. At the meeting, which saw deals and agreements to accelerate economic growth, President Ramaphosa emphasized that only a structured and sustained dialogue between governments and businesses will unlock Africa's potential. According to Emir Ben Yamed, CEO of Jeune Afrique Media Group, one of the main sponsors, said, in an era marked by economic and geopolitical uncertainty, Africa must unleash the power of its private sector to chart its own course. One can help a sense of déjà vu at these meetings. Like Rwanda's President Kagame said at the meeting, actions have always tended to lag pronouncements and agreements made. Meetings like this help, but Africa is in more urgent need of change catalysts that will accelerate change actions. There is need for more dissatisfaction with the status quo and less tolerance for mediocre environment and tepid goals. There is need to build on catch-up reform, like eliminating subsidies and freeing markets, acknowledging that these will not be enough, especially as developed markets are making huge leaps in a different technology, AI-driven hyper-growth trajectory. Issues like corruption can also not be conveniently swept under the carpet. The role the private sector, notably the large banks, play to oil fiscal leakages and misappropriation and diversion of public sector funds and to mask undetected white-collar crime, I think that role needs far more attention than is currently happening. For now, the private sector in most African economies still presents itself as eager, quiet collaborators to public sector crime like oil or resource theft and so on. Still on Africa and CEOs, there are bright spots. Venture capital seems to be doing well. Inyolua Aboyeji, a serial entrepreneur who has succeeded in many startups and bent on unlocking Africa's potential, in a recent post says the data shows that venture capital works much better in Africa than what most people think. When you take the many $1 billion in funding across the ecosystem to create one unicorn, that is ratio of funding for unicorns over the last 10 years in billions of dollars to number of unicorns produced, Nigeria is $1.67 billion compared to the US $1.7 billion US, showing it's a less expensive venture capital ecosystem in Nigeria with higher efficiency. You get your results faster. Kenya does have a much higher ratio. Asia-Pacific markets fell as investors assessed the latest slew of economic data from China and Moody's downgrade of the US credit rating. Well, that's it on this edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Shusani. Bye-bye.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I'm speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jalo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa, and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria or Africa and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMIDA banner, driven by a singular mission: to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. Because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody. And capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunity.
As a matter of fact, we finally made it, and we are here today in Lagos, and we met almost on the first day to our main objectives. We've seen lots of collaborations among the members, but let's not forget that we are Lagos in Nigeria. There are lots of potential interest. We've seen and learned from NGX, which is a stock exchange, national stock exchange, and also we learned from CSCS about the latest technologies, about the latest development that have been made. So most of the members already entered into agreements, collaboration, exchange of knowledge, and today we think we will go back again to our countries and learn from this event, which is very important, and also the latest developments and achievements have been done in Nigeria, particularly on policymakers, regulations, marketplace, and as well as the clearinghouse, which is CSCS. Last but not least, we have also seen how the broker also interact in the market yesterday, and today we have also met few market participants. So yes, we'll go back and we'll learn a lot from what's happening in this area, particularly in Nigeria. So let's not forget that the more than 40 members among Africa and Middle East with a market, a huge number of market cap. So we've discussed internally on the cross-border transaction we have done among more than 10 members. We came up with a platform that is accessible by any members who enter to this. So today, let's say an investor in Nigeria who has a market setup with one of the local brokers, if they are interested in trading in any market across the African Middle East Association, they don't have to have a local access. So they can use the local broker to access any market, trade, settle, and that's it. So this was the main objective, and this was one of the dreams that we have ever thought of. And today it's up and running, And we are growing as we started with 2 markets. Today we are 10, so we are announcing as we go.
I think one of the biggest challenges is around user education. Investing places a lot of responsibility on the part of investor to know what they're doing. Whether you have financial advisors or not, you still at an individual level need to understand what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do around education. I also think there's a lot we can do around providing more investment opportunities to people that need them. There's a lot of asset classes and instruments that exist in the world today, and there's often a mismatch, both in terms of accessibility and the education on how to use that to people that it can maybe benefit the most. Some of the work that we're doing in Bamboo is trying to bridge that gap. We invest a lot in education, providing tools, resources on demand, in person, trying to show people and teach them the fundamentals of investing responsibly, the fundamentals of making smart financial decisions for yourself, and also by providing our app that's essentially free and easy to use, trying to create as many asset classes as possible for people across markets. So today we are in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, giving opportunities to, about 1 million people on the platform today.
Many challenges, but if I would identify a few, we talk about old equipment, sometimes dated 15 to 20 years old, okay? We also have the problem of AI adoption. A lot of financial institutions struggle to adopt AI, and it's usually the result of poor API and data quality. We also have the issues of, costly regulatory complexities, and this is usually makes the struggle for cross-border settlement to happen. And he also struggles innovation. So these are the few that we can identify in terms of challenges faced by the financial institution in Africa.
The capital market has been an engine for economic growth and prosperity for a lot of countries because it provides you a platform to crowdfund, to raise capital at a level that is unmatched. Because if you think about it, if you're trying to raise 1 billion naira and you're having to go to individuals to fundraise, that's a lot more tedious work than if you go to a platform and be able to raise money from people who have not even met you before, but they are putting money based on what. And the government is doing a lot in that regard. Mr. President, one of the Mr. President's key initiative interventions in this that is crucial to this space is the laying of 96,000 of broadband infrastructure across the country. What that means is that you can be in the middle of anywhere in Nigeria and be able to access internet because a company now can now ride on the trunk infrastructure that have been invested in building a mast or extending the network to far off places so people can now connect no matter where they are. I mean, look at what mobile phone did initially in bringing people who were in the hinterland and the villages and being able to connect them. I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo Sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for a source of energy supply for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I would leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there, so that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12x12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations,
you are watching Business Day Television.
Husk Power Systems, the world-leading community solar mini-grid company, has secured a $5 million revolving debt facility from the International Finance Corporation and the Government of Canada to build 108 new solar hybrid mini-grids across northern Nigeria. This is the first project under IFC's $200 million DES platform and Husk Power was chosen to pilot it. And on the show, we're speaking to the country director for Nigeria at Husk Power Systems. Welcome to Economy and Market, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I am David Olujimi, your host.
Thank you, David, and thank you for having me. Great to be here.
Okay, basically, I'll just give a brief overview of what DES program is as we prepare to go into as I ask some questions. So, DES is basically the distributed access through renewable energy scale-up, and it's a $750 million multi-year World Bank financed initiative that was designed to increase access to electricity services for, according to the World Bank, 17.5 million Nigerians by 2030 through private sector-led mini-grids and standalone solar solutions. The program is basically building on consolidating on the Nigeria electrification project, and according to the Rural Electrification Agency, that's REA, the DES program is targeting 1,225 solar mini-grids and is targeting the generation of 165 megawatts of electricity. And in a landmark move last week, we saw Husk Power System get like the groundbreaking for the project. They received a $5 million revolving debt facility from the IFC for building 108 new solar mini grids. This project is going to target about 115,000 people. Let's not forget that the DES program is part of Mission 300 initiative that was signed in Tanzania this year. The show this morning, we have Mr. Olu Aruike, the country director for Nigeria at Husk Power Systems, who is going to give us proper insight into how the project is going. So, first of all, how does it feel to be the first company to get the nod? I'm talking about Husk Power. We have other companies that are into solar mini grids, but how does it feel for you to be the first partaker?
Thank you, David. And to be honest, it feels like there's a lot of weight on our shoulders, right? Okay. Taking the charge to ensure that this works, right? Typically how these things work, and Husk has been a market leader, both in India and now in Nigeria. It's everyone rests on these things, right? And then that means that the rest coming after you, then take the same route or then continue to progress from there. It is exciting. It allows us to continue to do the work that we're doing in Nigeria. This is the world's largest off-grid market. Of course, everybody knows that. And there's a lot to be done, right? So the IFC and the government of Canada backing us with this revolving loan is a validation of the work we continue to do, and supporting the progress that Nigeria and its government and its people continue to make to ensure everyone has access to reliable power.
So basically, I hear about the Nigeria electrification project. I've heard about it quite a while. How involved was your company with that project, and how does that experience come into play in this particular project that we're talking about now? This new one, how has it been with the Nigeria electrification project, and what's the synergy between these two projects?
So Husk has been a beneficiary of and a partner. I would say more or less a partner with the Nigeria electrification project. It is like, a project housed under the Rural Electrification Agency, or implemented by the Rural Electrification Agency on behalf of the World Bank and other partners. Husk has been a partner with that program and continues to be a partner. In fact, as an extension of that partnership, Husk did sign an MOU for 250 megawatts of deployment of decentralized renewable energy projects across Nigeria in the next few years. And a few other things have followed on from that MOU last year, including other sub-MOUs and other work that we continue to do. What Husk is trying to do now is to integrate all of this along with, the outlook for the DES program, which is now ongoing, which has taken over from where the initial NEP program started, and integrate on that and continue to drive scale in deploying mini-grids and decentralized renewable energy projects across Nigeria. So the partnership remains solid. It is intertwined with what we have just signed off with the IFC, and we'll continue to progress the work that we continue to do. That partnership has been very, very significant in what, and has played a significant role in what Husk has been able to achieve in Nigeria, and what Husk is intended to continue to achieve in Nigeria.
So before now, there was a time where I heard, that was earlier this year, Husk was trying to raise $400 million in a capital market move. That was my first interaction with the company, Husk Power. Are we looking at that debt facility as part of this move, or is the $400 million capital market effort still underway?
Yes, largely it is still underway. What we do is heavily capital intensive, in terms of the infrastructure deployment and all of that, right?
Yes.
2 years ago, we were the first to raise $100 million, 2/3 of, equity. But in that time, and we've continued to try to drive and push, the numbers and deployments with that funding. But now we've seen that we need to go back to the market again to even get more money to continue to do more work across the markets that we currently serve, and even the new ones we're looking at. So yes, that $400 million requirement or access to capital markets is still on, and it is a bigger play into the much longer term goal for Husk in the next couple of years. The goal with IFC, or the partnership with IFC, it's a part of the validation of the work that we continue to do. It would, of course, continue to play a role. Like this is a revolving loan, and it is dependent. It's also going to revolve depending on how we are able to utilize the funding that the IFC has now made available. So we'll continue to look at the capital markets for sourcing funding that will help us to continue to drive our work.
So it leads me to the next question about this revolving debt. You said something. First, when I saw the news, first thing that came to mind is $5 million sufficient to build 108 mini grids. So what's the debt structure like? What's the structure like?
So the structure is leveraging, some of the funds we've already raised in the past, and of course the partnership with the NEP, like we've already mentioned. The IFC revolving loan is more or less working capital that will enable us utilize and then come back again, draw down and then come back again, as much as possible. So yes, you're right. $5 million is not enough to deploy the mini grids, but it is a very significant portion in deploying 108 mini grids for us. It is a portion of a $25 to $30 million ask or need to deploy 108 mini grids over the next few years in the country.
Okay. So what criteria has guided the choices of these 108 locations? Like, what did you look at, and how has it been with land permits, land acquisition, community engagement? I'm also assuming, or I'm guessing, that there's been quite extensive engagement with all of these different state governors.
No, absolutely, and big shout out to the Rural Electrification Agency. Like I said, a year ago we had a 250 megawatt MOU on our backs. The REA has also been very, very intent in working with the states, and you can see that with a lot of the state roundtables going around now. I think they are state number 10 or 11, if I'm correct.
Okay.
And some of these states that they've been working with, or now partnering with, are states that we've also been, working with. Essentially, our home state, what we like to call our home state, Nasarawa State, where we've built most of our grids up until now. And that government engagement, I can tell you, especially for Nasarawa State, has been very, very fruitful, has played a significant role in how we've engaged with communities, even chosen the sites, looked at, where to go and where not to go, and things like that. Although for Husk, we're very, very intent on where we go to build mini grids, but you can never get it all right, because the state governments and their agencies remain the gatekeepers for understanding the locations that may be viable for mini grids. So that layer, and working with state governments like Nasarawa State, and now also Plateau and other states, has been has played a key role in what we've done so far. In choosing these 108 sites, I can tell you that the state governments themselves and their agencies, right, that are responsible for power engagements or even for infrastructure engagements or even for investments that come into the states have been very helpful. They've supported what we're trying to do. I've mentioned Nasarawa, I've also mentioned Plateau, and also Adamawa as well, where HOSC has another 10 megawatt MOU in place for deploying DRE projects. So working with the states has been very helpful. And in identifying these communities and going there as well, the locals have also been very welcoming, especially with, trying to work together with them to synergize and deploy projects that are impactful and can support sustainable development for these areas.
Okay, so what are some of the operational hurdles that you felt like you are anticipating, or maybe in your existing locations that you face? What are some of the hurdles you face? Do you have issues of theft? Do you face any issues like that? So just walk us through it.
I mean,
that side is something else.
The Nigerian business environment is not one of the best, to be honest. Anybody who's operating a business here can tell you that. The most significant ones are around logistics and supply chain. Okay. Imagine the areas where we work, where oftentimes we're at the first level infrastructure to go into those places. So we have to find a way to get equipment in there by ourselves, right? And then there's also the know-how, the transfer of knowledge and know-how to the people that we work with. And you can imagine that you cannot all take, employees that, you've trained.
Okay. Mr. Olu. Okay, we'll go on a short break. We'll go on a short break, and when we're back, we'll continue our conversation with Mr. Oluarike. So we lost you for a while. But you were now. I want to ask you a question. You said something about the infrastructure. Like sometimes HOSC tends to be the first infrastructure in the location. So that means you're trying to tell me that you're going into communities without roads.
No, absolutely. A lot of these communities, firstly, they don't have power. The network, internet or phone network is really not very great. And then there's also absence of financial services, right? And that in itself, is something we then start to look at how we can build all of that out or work with partners who can work with us. In the past, we found partners to put in telco towers.
We are facing a bit of challenge.
We've also found partners to provide financial services in these areas.
Okay, so one question I would like to be on. You said something around the fact that, first of all, no infrastructure. We are talking about power lacking, financial services lacking. So how do you recoup your money from communities where all of these things basically do not exist? And I'm guessing they probably don't have potable water also. What's the...
Oftentimes, yes, they do not have potable water. I mean, people are used to streams and rivers. But, when power goes into these communities, and that's why HOSC is in business today, to power prosperity or to build thriving rural economies. So once power goes into these communities, what you see is a level of, sustainable economic growth that is unprecedented. So people are able to do a lot more. And then you look at partners who can, put in small tech, maybe even 2G, for people to start using for payments and account opening and all of that stuff. And those are things that we've supported with partners in the past and will continue to support. If you look at these areas, you would understand that the first thing that is really missing is always power. And once power comes in, people are then able to do much more, including on financial services, including on phone network availability, including on agro-processing and other economic activities that can then begin to thrive there. So this is often the case when we go into those areas, weighing the viability and the level of engagement that is possible there, and then being able to say, hang on, if we put power here, these and these and these are possible. And then you can begin to see that months down the line, people are able to do more. Other partners that can bring other infrastructure like financial services, like telecommunications, then begin to come in as well.
Okay, before we round up, so basically, I've been speaking to some people or just having some insight into things going on in your company. I got insight into something called interconnected mini grids, where it's noted that the company is trying to work with, for now, Abuja Electric, that's the Abuja Electric Distribution Company, to channel power through their distribution networks. How is that going?
I can tell you that AEDC has been a very great partner with Husk. Last year, we signed the first tripartite agreement for an interconnected mini grid somewhere in Nasarawa State. And that project is now being developed and should be commissioned sometime this year. So the AEDC is one of the few discos that has been really, really forthcoming with supporting the asset class of interconnected mini grids. That is a totally new asset class, where collaboration and engagement remains very vital for its success. And the AEDC has been very, very great at that. We commend them, and we want to continue to work with them and other discos as well, who are very supportive of interconnected mini grid projects and even embedded generation projects. Okay. So in a few months, we hope to commission our first interconnected mini grid project in Nasarawa as well. Again, I remember I called that the home state. And that allows us to leverage that experience to begin to look at more interconnected mini grid projects and working with other discos who are happy to work with Husk.
So I want to ask a question. What's Husk plans for the south of Nigeria? People staying. I mean, they are. For all of, I think it's all of Ondo West. There's been no light for as long as God knows. That's we're talking about the larger parts of Ondo State. They don't have electricity. The same thing when you go to some parts of Oyo State. These are communities that electricity. You go to Ekiti, and you go down to Ebonyi. So what's the plan for the southern part of Nigeria? Because I can tell that all the 10 states you are trying to work with now are all in the north.
No, absolutely. And, the Nasarawa was our first entry. And from there, we wanted to move in a certain way. The states I've mentioned have been very, very integrated with what we're doing and provided requisite support. And to be honest, Husk continues to look at opportunities in the south. We're
having a little bit
we're in mention, and those could also lead to us deploying projects in the south sooner than even later. The opportunities remain in the south. Husk also has a C&I vertical business, which is allowing us support factories, agro-processing industries, etc. And those opportunities we also see in places around Lagos and Ogun. And we're happy to, more than ever, support those kind of companies that want to switch to renewable energy sources for their power needs.
Okay, so thank you so much. That's all we can take this morning, Mr. Olu. I'm very appreciative. You gave us quite a lot of insights. And it's been nice talking to you this morning. Good morning.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you for tuning to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV this morning. It's been great having you. See you again same time on Wednesday. Have a lovely day.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million US. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters, they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome back to the Bdtv News at Noon. I am Norma Obona, and it's a pleasure to have you this afternoon. Let's see what's making the headlines. Federal government electricity bill balloons by 800 billion naira, Senate says. CBN slashes federal government loan by over 4 trillion naira. NNPCL refineries not producing enough petrol, DAPMAN. Former United States President Joe Biden diagnosed with aggressive prostate cancer. Osimhen guides Galatasaray to 25th Turkish League title. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Senate Committee on Power has raised concerns over the liquidity crisis bedeviling the power sector. According to the committee, the tariff shortfalls in the industry has indicated that the government owes about 200 billion naira to electricity generating companies every month. The Senate Committee Chairman Enyinaya Abaribe revealed that since 2025, the government has not paid the power producers, raising the debt to about 800 billion naira. While raising alarm on the debt, Abaribe also expresses hope, assuring that there will be light at the end of the tunnel. And moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has recorded a significant decline of 4.145 trillion naira in net loans and receivables in 2024, driven by a reduction in its overdraft exposure to the federal government and changes across other loan categories. According to CBN, net loans and receivables at the bank level dropped by 16.122 trillion in 2023 and to 11.977 trillion in 2024, while declining from 15.091 trillion to 10.985 trillion at group level, reflecting a 4.132 trillion drop. Reports show that the most substantial adjustment came from the overdraft extended to the federal government under the Ways and Means provision. In response to the growing concerns over the excessive use of the Ways and Means facility, the National Assembly approved the securitization of 22.7 trillion of these advances in 2023. And now to end the local news, the Depot and Petroleum Product Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPMAN, has revealed that its members can only buy premium motor spirit petrol from the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, as the refineries owned by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited cannot optimally produce petrol. DAPMAN's Executive Secretary, Olufemi Adewale, revealed that its members are ready to lift petroleum products from the Dangote refinery as the only viable petrol-producing facility in the country. Adewale added that the marketers will also resort to importation if they cannot get the product locally, highlighting that Dangote refinery was not ready to sell petrol to its members who wanted to buy in bulk. The secretary clarified that his members will not go to Port Harcourt or Warri refineries for petrol because the facilities are producing naphtha and not optimally the much-needed petrol. And on to the foreign scene, U.S. former President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones. A statement released from his personal office on Sunday revealed that Biden was evaluated last week after reporting increasing urinary symptoms. Subsequent tests confirmed the presence of prostate nodule and was on Friday diagnosed with prostate cancer, described as Gleason score 9, an indicator of highly aggressive form of the disease. The diagnosis comes nearly 10 months after Biden withdrew from the 2024 presidential race and amid growing scrutiny over his age and health. And to end the news, Victor Osimhen has helped Galatasaray claim their 25th Turkish League title on Sunday, co-signing Jose Mourinho's Fenerbahce to the runner-ups spot for the 4th straight season. Turkish's most successful clubs swept aside Kayserispor 3-0, with Osimhen opening the scoring to move 8 points clear of Fenerbahce with 2 rounds of games in the Turkish Super League remaining. Galatasaray's goalkeeper Fernando Muslera, however, scored a late penalty to wrap up the game. Nigeria striker Victor Osimhen's goal assisted the push for the title with 25 goals since his arrival on loan from Napoli last September. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Bdtv News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Thanks for watching Bdtv.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is World's recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Today, we are exploring the implications and impact of Nigeria First policy being introduced recently by the federal government. The federal government on Monday, May 5, announced a new policy known as Nigeria First, aimed at promoting local production and prioritizing domestic products in government procurement and contract. Mohammed Idris, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, said with this policy, Nigeria now comes first in all procurement processes, which entails that no foreign goods or devices that are already being produced locally will be procured without a clear and justifiable reason. Since this announcement of this policy, there have been reactions from key stakeholders within the economy, especially members of the organized private sector of Nigeria, who have welcomed the initiative, albeit cautiously. Well, to discuss the desirability and the expected implications of this new policy on the Nigerian economy, we're now being joined by Mr. Wale Smart Onyeride. He is the Director General of Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA. Of course, you're welcome to the show, Mr. Onyeride.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. Let me start by asking you this morning, why does this policy why does it seem exciting to the organized private sector?
Thank you. You know, it's beyond the excitement that we feel as the organized private sector. I think the nation also, every critical stakeholder should be happy that there is a definitive pronouncement about this policy, because not because of itself, but because of the consequential effects, positive effects that we believe it will bring to us. It will surprise you that last year or 2 years ago, or in the last 24 months, the level of unsold stock that the manufacturers have to deal with was running to over $500 million naira. Over $1 billion naira unsold stocks. And the reason why you have that is because our propensity to patronize foreign goods, whether they are superior or not, our propensity to buy foreign goods is very high. And invariably, we are all contributing to the demise, the strangulation of local manufacturing. And as a country, we really cannot grow once our propensity for imports continue to increase. So for us, putting a cap on it, make the Nigeria First policy, we help the local manufacturing, the local industries to actually grow and thrive. The more they grow, the higher our propensity to create jobs, the higher our propensity for government to make revenue, the lesser pressure we'll have on Forex. Because in 2023 alone, over $49 billion was expended on imports. And if you can conserve that pressure on Forex, it also have some level of consequential effect on the value of the Naira. So all in all, we believe it's a positive direction that we have canvassed for a long time. Now, beyond the positive nature of it, government need to go beyond the first policy and actually make production at the manufacturing and services level competitive. Because the fact is, if we say Nigeria first, and the unit price of every goods or service coming from Nigeria is higher than what an average person will get from overseas, the pressure will also be there to try and conserve cost and buy from where it's cheaper. So it's not only about the Naira first policy. The government must also look at what are the impediments to production. And until we address that, then this policy will be just a policy on paper.
And let's talk about the fact that this is not the first time that we've seen a policy pronouncement that was actually welcomed by the organization of private sectors and other stakeholders in the economy, but it turned into a failure due to a lack of commitment to implementation by the government. What do you think will make this one different from the previous ones?
So itself will be the conscience of this policy. We will monitor it. The government has said ministries, department, agencies must not buy foreign products for substitutes. And for many of us in the private sector, we're already doing that. We've changed significantly from the 5 days suit and tie for most organizations. Organization like ours, I've said, look, employees can wear, statutorily, you can wear local fabrics, Nigerian fabrics, 2 or 3 times a week, so that the local textile industry can also grow. So if government can give life and show leadership at the ministry level, people can buy locally made products. You can wear Ankara to the office. We can also, the Ministry of Education can encourage the schools, instead of their uniform for secondary, primary schools can be, even nursery schools can be Ankara based. It's just this nationalistic verb that we need to make this work. Beyond government itself, I think all of us must play our very important role in making this economy grow. Without that concerted effort, without that commitment that we want it to grow, it will really not grow. But government must enforce at the MD level. Government must enforce at the presidency level. The National Assembly must be seen to support this policy in the context of the procurement, even from the National Assembly. And then it trickles down once we all realize that, look, the government have shown leadership. But we must not take this for granted. Because if you don't deal with the real issues that is affecting manufacturing of goods and products, which are regulatory issues, which are infrastructural issues, the unit price of every product, and which are even power. The Minister for Power said recently that cost of power will still go up, and those are the issues that feed into production. And you cannot like the FCCPC will try to do some time ago, trying to go to businesses, go to supermarkets, contending with the cost price, the selling price of goods and services. If you don't deal with the input cost, then you can't really achieve much. And with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that is giving Africa some level of giving Africa itself some level of free entry and free exit, we will just also have to be careful, because products can come from within the African context, within the protocol of AFCFTA, within the protocol of ECOWAS. We can't really stop those products from coming. So the only thing we can do is to make the local production competitive in such a way that the price of a unit of a Nigerian product is less than the price of a unit of an imported product.
All right, Mr. Oyoride, I'm just going to bring in Mr. Joshua Bassi, our editorial director here, to come into this conversation, and he has more questions for you. So over to you, Mr. Bassi.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning, DG. You just talked about compliance, which is, like you said, if government does not do something to ensure that MDAs and agencies comply with this, then of course it will not really amount to anything. So I want to ask you, do you think there should be some compliance requirement and maybe penalties for MDAs who do not fall in line as far as this policy is concerned?
Of the president, I think there are already a procedure for procurement. And I think we are at the procurement, the Bureau of Public Procurement, if I get it right, has been mandated to monitor and also review the procurement standards for all the ministry, department, and agencies. But there should be a monitoring process, a monitoring organ to actually enforce these processes. For us in the private sector, there's no issues. We want Nigeria first. For our colleagues in organized labor, there is also, we believe there's no issues, because the more we patronize Nigeria, made in Nigeria, the more our capacity to create jobs, the more our capacity, our GDP will grow. So for us, there's no real issues. It's at that MDA level that government have to weigh in the big stick, that if you flout it, then there will be consequences, very big consequences.
All right, and how should private employers adjust their procurement and sourcing strategies to actually align with the Nigeria First policy mandate?
For an average business, what he doesn't want to do is to go to the market either through the official market or the parallel market, quote and unquote, to go and spend money on dollars. Well, you can get that product here. It's adds to the cost of production. So an average business owner will rather source for raw materials here because it saves you from the pressure of sourcing for dollars. So it's when the input is practically unavailable that the average business owner will look for, okay, how do I source this input from outside? And because for every dollar that you buy, you are paying over 1,500. So it doesn't make business sense. So the average old business owner will rather source for inputs locally. And once those inputs are available locally, then it also reduces the pressure that we put on Forex for our own general sake. So for the private sector, it's no brainer for us that look, we want Nigerians to patronize made in Nigerian products, but we need government, as I said earlier. It's a caveat, a very big caveat. If the cost of production is not less than the cost of importation, a rational buyer will just basically buy from rather buy the imported products. And because our borders is also seemingly porous, because of many unofficial border, official and unofficial border that smugglers are using to bring a lot of things in. If this is not done to equip or to protect the local manufacturing, we just realize we have created another opportunity for smugglers to bring in those goods that we don't want imported into this country, because the cost of production in those places is still cheaper than the cost of production within the Nigerian context. So beyond the policy pronouncement, we urge Mr. President, as he has done and will continue to do, to also take a look at what are the impediments to production. As I mentioned them earlier, regulatory issues, power issues, infrastructure issues, and those are the critical issues that can make production quite uncompetitive in this country.
All right, Mr. Bassey.
The population is growing. To be able to, produce, to take care of a population of over 230 to 250 million, estimated anywhere, is huge. And like you've mentioned, the issue of so I'm asking if this policy actually go through like we hope it will. The question is, do we have capacity locally to be able to meet demand? I mean, for a population as huge as ours in Nigeria?
You find a country that is self-sufficient in all ramifications. The principle of comparative advantage will still come into play. Those things that you realize you don't have comparative advantage of producing, then it makes economic sense for you to import those. But the ones you can produce, it doesn't make economic sense for you to import. So we cannot absolutely, in absolute terms, feed ourselves. That's the reality of it. Even if we can feed ourselves, there are certain elements within the course of that value chain of production that by nature, you are not endowed to produce. So those, you can create some leeways, you can create some exceptions. And I remember when I listened to the president, or I read the president's speech, there was a caveat that peradventure there is need for you to absolutely import. Then there is a process for approval of that import. I think those are caveats that have recognized the fact that you can't basically produce everything. You can't basically have everything, because no country, as I said, is self-sufficient. But those exceptions, those exceptions must be regulated so that the discretion to import is also regulated. And that is exactly what we are saying. Now, for our population, it ordinarily should be a blessing for any business owner, even for the country that our population is large, we should be able to feed our population. But the risk is this, if we are not careful, this blessing of population might be exploited by other African countries, because the more they can produce, the cheaper they can produce, the more attractive cheap products will be for the average Nigerians. The average Nigerian whose disposable income is also progressively coming down. So at a point, a rational consumer will ask himself, do I go for quality or I should go for survival? And at that point, the cost of the goods, the unit of goods, will come into play. So we don't have option. We just have to create an environment where production is cheap and where the average unit cost of producing a unit of product is also competitive in such a way that is more economically convenient to buy the Nigerian option than to go for the foreign option.
Yes, and when you talk about making it competitive so that it's easier to patronize the local option than going for foreign option, then what role is expected of private sector employers to develop the local talent? Because what we see is that people go outside for education and all of that and then all of this talent is then will I say based, they're exported abroad. So we and that's part of the brain drain we're talking about. So how can the private sector employers, what's their role in developing local talent to reduce dependence on foreign expertise? Because what we have is then when people now come back, then you have to pay them as expatriates and all of that, and that also is it affects it goes deep into your pocket. So how do we manage that?
The issue of talent is quite fundamental in the context of all this issue, and I really appreciate the fact that you raised it. First, let's put the searchlight where it should be first. There's a primary agency responsible for creating the environment where talents will thrive or where talent will be trained. And that is the educational system, the Ministry of Education. The fact is, what is the Ministry of Education doing with our primary and secondary school education? Because currently now, there's a conversation we had early this month that look, our curriculum, even in primary school,
does it address the future needs of the business? When we are talking of AI now, we are talking of coding, we are talking of the relevant skills that will drive industrialization in the next few years. What exactly are we doing? What are we teaching our children in primary school? What are we teaching them in secondary school? The Nigerian University Commission, what is the curriculum of the university? What exactly are we teaching them? Are we preparing the university graduates for the realities of the workplace? Those are the real conversations. But for us in the private sector, and I'll share one thing we just did in NECA. In the last 1 year, we have opened 2 academies, ICT academies, one in Lagos, one in Abuja, because we realize that progressively automation, ICT will rule the workplace. We can't. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. And we all can see the impact of AI globally now. Even the higher AI, the conversation about AI is becoming progressive, is becoming rigorous, and is becoming consistent. So we all need to focus on building the workforce for the future. So we opened an ICT Academy in Lagos, we opened an ICT Academy in Abuja, and currently we are running free introduction to AI course for Nigerian youths. It's running concurrently in Lagos and Abuja centers. It's free of charge, just to reinforce our own commitment to say, look, we are not just employers sitting down waiting for somebody, either the Ministry of Education or the Nigerian University Commission or whatever board or whatever agency to train our youth, to train the workforce that we want. We are also actively taking part in the development of these young ones, of this talent that we are talking about. And that cuts across all or most private sector organizations, because most of them have training centers, they have their own independent academies that is helping to train the workforce that they need. And that is what the private sector has been doing, and that is what we'll continue to do. Whether those individuals, after they have been trained, whether they will go out or not, is a different ball game, because there's mobility of labor. And labor will always find the place that we pay it most. So we can't really control whether labor will move or whether they will stay within the context of this environment. Because on the long run, it boils down to remuneration. If I can earn $1,000 per month in Europe, why will I stay in Nigeria and earn far less? It's part of the discretion that labor has to move wherever it wants to move within the context of migration framework. So we can't control that. The best we can do is to make our own country, make it attractive in such a way that when labor or talent is exploring its options, it finds staying in Nigeria much more attractive than moving out of Nigeria.
Right. And are there any sort of incentives or support that the government is offering to private sector employers who are aligning with this Nigeria First policy in their operations?
Well, the policy was just announced about a week ago, so we are open. There'll be conversations. We'll also be sharing our own recommendation, our own views, and recommendations on how this can work and how we can work very well. We'll be sharing with government to say these are our views concerning this policy. These are our views on how we think these things can work, and it can work very well. I believe strongly that government and the relevant agency.
All right, I think we have a little bit of a technical hitch there, but we're speaking with Mr. Wale Smart Oyeride. I think we have him now.
Okay. Yeah. Is it back?
Mr. Oyeride.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, sir. You were making a point.
What I mentioned was that we will make our own policy recommendation to government, because we know Sometimes our interest differs. Sometimes government agencies, ministries or departments might be focusing on revenue generation, which also creates, which changes the dynamics of their engagement with the private sector. But we'll be sharing our recommendation, our policy recommendation, our alternative policy recommendations and perspective on how this can work and how we can work for the betterment of our country and the rapid industrialization of this country. We'll be sharing it with government, and we believe strongly that those that need to listen will listen.
Okay, DG. This policy is so important that maybe we just need to deepen conversation around it as much as we can, and then touch as many areas as possible. What are key things that make people actually go for cheaper goods? You've mentioned it. If government doesn't do anything to actually bring down the unit cost of what it is that is produced in Nigeria compared to what is coming in, of course, people will always find an alternative to what is produced in Nigeria if it is higher in terms of price than what comes into the country. But I want to ask you a question on what you think government can do, because one of the things that make people go for cheaper things is that there's the high level of poverty in the country. So what would you, the disposable income is so low, and so people will always go for what is cheap. And there's some of these cheaper things are what come into the country. And so what will you recommend to the government to do to at least reduce the level of poverty in the country, to enable actually Nigerian buy what is even produced locally, which would then also impact positively on businesses, to enable them also, maybe take on more employees and then expand their capacity to produce more?
It's relative. Now, you can, during the conversation of the national minimum wage committee, there was a serious conversation we had then about the need for macroeconomic stability. Now, if the macroeconomic stability is absent, if we had agreed that minimum wage will be 1 million per month, and we didn't address the issue of inflation, we refused to address the issue of cost of funds, interest rate. We refused to address the issue of regulatory challenges that businesses are facing, or infrastructural challenges that businesses are facing. You realize that your 1 million will not be able to buy the goods that your 30,000 was buying a few years ago. So the critical issue first, to address the issue of, and that's why poverty is relative. You can get to a season where your 30,000 is even worth more than your 1 million. Like the way we found in Zimbabwe a few years ago, where you can find 1 trillion naira Zimbabwean dollar, as a paper, and it can't even buy you a loaf of bread. So you just need to address the fundamentals, and where we are experiencing some level of stability now in the economy. I think a lot still have to be done to drag down the inflation rate, drag down the cost of production, drag down the purchasing, the unit cost of goods and services, and that we just have to do. But specifically, I think government need to support businesses more beyond the grants that government is giving. There are a lot of contradictions that government need to deal with. Now, you give an SME 20 million, and this SME found himself in band A, what the NERC call band A. Now, a substantial part of the 20 million has been chopped off, will be chopped up, paying electricity bills. And because he has to pay electricity bills, he will have to factor in that cost into the cost of production. Now, he will have to deal with regulatory issues. Of recent, we had issues, and really want to appreciate the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment for intervention with the challenges we have, the Financial Reporting Council levy. We also want to appreciate the DG of PEBEC, want to appreciate the Presidential Committee on Fiscal and Tax Reforms, every stakeholder that joined us to show the negative impact of all these levies and fees everywhere. Now, you pay all these levies, all these illegal and legal fees and levies. Those fees and levies will have eaten deep into the 20 million that you probably collected as a grant or as a loan. It is a loan. You have interest rate of 15, 20, 30% that you have to pay. So we need to address those fundamental macroeconomic issues that are creating bottlenecks to organize business. And this we have shared with government. And once you address those macroeconomic issues, then you have increased the capacity of the organized private sector to employ more. So once somebody is employed, it's a different thing whether the salary is enough or not. But the fact that you are employed, you have been empowered to purchase. So if you don't address the macroeconomic issues, empower the private sector, then progressively you also be fueling the issue of poverty. So empower the private sector by the productivity in the private sector. The purchasing power of the average Nigerian and average household will continue to increase. The more they can purchase, the more businesses can produce. The more we make the environment conducive for businesses to source materials from the local market, local industry, the lesser pressure we put on the dollar, the lesser pressure you put on the dollar, the stronger the naira will become. The stronger the naira becomes, the more goods naira will be able to buy, and the more goods one naira is able to buy, the more the propensity of the business to produce more. So it's a chain reaction that if you don't deal with one path, you are frustrating or compromising the growth of the other path. So in simple economics, and for us, once production and consumption are going on progressively, concurrently, and they are feeding into themselves, then you'll have addressed the issue of poverty, you'll have addressed the issue of government revenue, you'll have addressed the issue of private sector growth, you'll have addressed the issue of job creation, and you have addressed many of issues, even bordering on issue on what do you call it now? Insecurity. But the more the people are employed, the lesser idle hand you have, and the better for the economy as a whole. So our ability to create a nexus, to connect these dots, that if you promote the private sector, then you are not only promoting the business. In fact, you are kickstarting the engine that will result in the rapid growth of the economy as a whole.
All right, thank you very much, DG. I think we have to leave it here today. You have truly, given us a very insightful contribution this morning, and I'm sure Mr. Bassi also agrees with that.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yes.
Well, this has been the big story on the Bdtv Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Bdtv.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.